Okay, dear colleagues, I think it's time for us to start our meeting. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to greet everyone at this joint meeting of our two committees, the Verkhovna Rada Committee on European Integration of Ukraine and the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Environmental Policy and the Use of Natural Resources. I'm also very glad to greet representatives of the Law Enforcement Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. And from the very beginning, I would like to inform you that we invited representatives of the Energy Committee to participate in this meeting, but unfortunately, we did not receive any confirmation from them. It's so sad that I have to inform you about that, because I would like to see the discussion that we are going to have with you now and that will be continued. That discussion, in my opinion, should involve representatives of all responsible committees for us to have a full-fledged, constructive discussion in the interests of this region and the country in general, for us to be able to discuss the issues that were included into our agenda. I am very grateful to our colleagues from the European Integration Committee. We have probably the biggest representation here, and I'm also very grateful to our colleagues from the Environmental Committee. We also have representatives of other committees online, so we have this mixed format today. And all together, everybody present here today, representatives of the government, of business sector, civil society organizations, local authorities, all of us are now striving to find a balance, to find this proper understanding of how we can ensure development and industrialization of this territory of the Transcarpathian region, and how we can balance it with the interests of environmentalists and our international legal obligations within the framework of the European integration. These are the tasks are not easy, neither so there were problems with these topics in each and every EU member state, because these topics require serious, in-depth analysis of the projects that are drafted for development of the Transcarpathian regions, and all other countries had serious discussions about similar projects in the European Union. We have representatives of the European Parliament who will participate in our conversation. We have representatives online from the European Commission delegation to Ukraine. And we are very, very grateful to the European Union Advisory Mission, which once again supported us as the European Integration Committee with holding our field meetings, off-site meetings, in order to be able to look deeper into specific topics and to find solutions that will be important and relevant for our country. I will not take too much time in the beginning of this meeting. I will be a moderator together with my colleague, the chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Environmental Policy, Oleg Bondarenko. So as moderator, we will be able to comment, to ask additional questions. And now I would like to give floor to Oleg for his introductory remarks, and then we will proceed with the items on our agenda. Please, Oleg. Thank you, Ms. Ivana. First of all, I would like to thank the European Integration Committee for inviting our committee to join this meeting. And I would like to acknowledge the high level of preparation of this meeting. This first part that happened yesterday yesterday, and today the level of organization is very high. I would like to thank representatives of the European Union for their support and assistance, for helping us to organize this off-site meeting. Of course, it's a very complicated issue in terms of its nature and the issues that we are going to tackle, and we will continue to work in this sphere. Development of renewable energy sources is extremely important for Ukraine, moving from fossils, from natural resource, and we have to move away from our dependency on oil and gas. But at the same time, representatives of both committees understand very well that all developments should be in line with legislation on energy conservation, on nature conservation, and we will pursue that goal. The topic of our today's meeting is to discuss this issue and upcoming issues, because we are convinced that on the way on restoring energy independence of our country, there will be a lot of other issues emerging that will be related to some attempts to abandon some provisions of the environmental law, both by the state and by economic and business actors. So the goal of today's meeting is to lay the foundation for and the framework for our further movement forward, and I call upon you to be very constructive and to bear in mind that decisions should be strictly in line with the Ukrainian legislation and aimed at ensuring development of our countries. Thank you very much again, and let's proceed with our agenda. Thank you, Oleg. We are here today in the session hall of the Regional Council of Transcarpathian Region, so we are very grateful to our hosts for their hospitality, for providing premises for us. So we have a chair of Transcarpathian Regional Council present here today. Roman, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ms. Ivana. Dear MPs, dear guests of our Transcarpathian regions, we are very glad to greet you in our session hall of our Regional Council. Transcarpathian region, before the full-scale invasion, was the place of tourism and logistics. Today, Transcarpathian region is 350,000 IDPs. Today, Transcarpathian region means 400 relocated businesses that moved here from the eastern parts of our country. Transcarpathian region today is 1 billion of investments brought by those businesses to the Transcarpathian region economy. So we are at the front line of international cooperation with our partners, Slovakian Republic, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Austria, Italy. Today, Transcarpathian region is working very productively within the framework of Interact Next program. We are developing international financial instruments for the territorial cooperation, going beyond the boundaries of trans-border cooperation, and that enable us to bring investments to the Transcarpathian region from the European Commission, projects that we implement in conjunction with our partners from other European countries, not only neighboring states. Working with our partners from EU member states, of course, we exchange our experience, and we also learn about experience of other European countries. Yesterday, we had a conference called Reopen that was attended by our guests from Tyrol land, during which we discussed these issues, among other things, because this topic is extremely relevant for our region. And now we are talking about the practical case from Tyrol, because they shared how they use renewable energy sources to generate 1.5 gigawatt of energy. We asked our partners how they were able to achieve such high results, and the answer was that 30 years ago they had the same public discussion ongoing in their land. We sat down together, discussed, and found a common ground. Transcarpathian region today has a capacity of all three elements, solar, wind, and water. And we have potential to use the capacity of all three elements, but we, of course, understand that we should balance implementation of all three elements. Not only wind energy, water energy, or solar energy should be used. Although Tyrol land demonstrated that they have thousands of mini hydropower stations that were constructed in a small territory of Tyrol land. So our position as a Transcarpathian Regional Council, as a regional parliament, is to, first of all, ensure legality and legitimacy. Second, to adhere to the environmental norms and requirements. And the third point is to take into account the public position, because without communities, we will not be able to do anything, because the community is the ultimate decision maker, whether a solar power station will be construction, hydro power station, or windmills will be constructed or not constructed. And here we have to strike that balance between the interests of the community, economic interests, and probably here we also have to take into account the environmental considerations. Unfortunately, it's not possible to avoid environmental impact by 100%, and that's the situation worldwide. I've never heard about any practices without any environmental impact. So our goal should be to aim to have the minimum level of impact and to preserve the environmental situation. I think and that's possible. So my wish for the committee is to have a fruitful and rewarding discussion, finding a balanced or various balanced decisions and models, and to identify the framework within which it will be possible to implement the projects that we have on our table. And of course, I wish to all of our guests a pleasant time staying in sunny Transcarpathian region, although it's not a very sunny day today. So I wish you all positive emotions, and thank you. Thank you, Roman. And now I have to say that you have additional tasks for today as well, but please stay with us for a little while, as long as you can, because unfortunately we do not have the representative of a local authority. So now I would like to give floor for introductory remarks to our partners, to the head of the Lviv field office of the European Union Advisory Mission, and after that we will proceed with the items included into our agenda. I hope, Roman, you stay long enough to answer some of the questions or to participate in the discussions that you have or inform us of the discussions you have in the Regional Council. So it's my pleasure to give floor to Hannelore Valliere, who is the head of the Lviv field office of EUAM, our partners, without whom we would not be able to implement any of our field meetings. Thank you. Thank you for all your support and assistance in implementing and receiving such important knowledge during our off-site meetings in order to make proper decisions.
Thank you. Sorry. Yesterday I heard you saying, Mrs. Klimbush-Zinsadze, that every citizen wants to live in a country where rule of law prevails. well, and this summarizes very nicely what the European Union member states have mandated our mission with, to support the reform of the security sector, the civilian security sector in Ukraine. We are not primarily interested in working on energy-related issues. We work with the law enforcement agencies. But the visit yesterday, and I hope also the discussion today, will show that environmental issues shouldn't contradict rule of law, shouldn't contradict legislation. We in Western Ukraine work in our office in Lviv. We work for some time now on issues related to illegal logging, and one of the issues, the problems we have discovered is that it needs, in order to fight this crime, it needs more cooperation amongst law enforcement agencies. This is not primarily the debate here or will be here today. However, we hope that such visits of the parliament and the parliament engaging with local communities will also lead to more cooperation amongst law enforcement agencies, communities, state actors. That civil society is heard in a democratic institutions, this is something you know, and I don't need to mention here. However, this is why we are also very grateful that civil society representatives have taken the trouble to join us during the day yesterday and to be here today. And I also hope that it will be a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Valier.
Colleagues, we are going just to come back to our agenda. So we have just very wide agenda. We shall speak about status of implementation of Ukraine's state policy of the field of green energy and implementation of large investment projects, taking into account Ukraine's international legal and European integration obligations, environmental legislations, including environmental impact assessments, in particular the construction of wind farms in the Zakarpattian region. It's evident, despite we are being here in the Zakarpattian region, in the region which the most significant problem today here. So it's in reverted commas. So basically, this region is safer, more safer in the region than in the other regions. Also, we must remember this full-scale attack against energy sector, which took place at night today. So although we are here, we represent different regions. A lot of us came from Kyiv, and our relatives, our family members who remained in Kyiv. So we would like them. So they experienced numerous Russian attack against the civilian facilities of our infrastructure. That's how Russia wants just to break our will, our capacity to do resistance. So therefore we are here, we are in the same boat, and we understand all the challenges our state is facing. We understand all needs of our state, and we must realize all our needs according to the rule of law, is compliance with legislation, because we pretend to be members of EU in future. And the government has set a task until 2028 to finalize, to fulfill all requirements to do all the homework to be ready for access to the EU. Taking into consideration our tempo of our movement, so certainly it's this term 2028 or 2030 will not be realistic. So, but getting united together, so the authorities, the parliament, the local authorities, business circles, NGOs, all together, we will be able to do this breakthrough. And when, if not now, to transform the country. So it's very paramount task for us. We have new opportunities today. Before I give the floor to online speakers, as I have mentioned already, Roman, the head of regional council, during our first part of the meeting, when we visited Polonina Runa and Wind Park in Nizhny Vorota, there were a lot of questions from us, questions about planning scheme in the Transcarpathian region. To what extent the legislation is respected? So, how the regional council see all these issues. We know that in the regional council of Transcarpathian region there are representatives of different political parties. So I would like you, Mr. Chairperson, to inform us about the current situation, how you see, how transparent it is, how you involve the NGOs, how local communities to this work.
Thank you for your question. And really, I would like to inform you that we are in the process of amending the planning scheme for Transcarpathian region, which is an open and transparent process. On Wednesday last week, we had an open meeting in this session hall. This was one of the meetings that involved representatives of civil society and communities. And yesterday we discussed how civil society should look like. The civil society, what's our idea of its work? And I liked the answer. The answer was active. So I invite everybody willing to participate. I am open for cooperation with heads of communities, representatives of civil society organizations, and simply indifferent citizens. Please join us, participate in our work on amending the planning scheme for the territories in the Transcarpathian regions, for us to be able to come up with a balanced option, a balanced solution that will be approved by the session of Transcarpathian Regional Council. So you have a timeline, like when are you planning to adopt a decision on the amended plan? So when are you going to vote on it? This is a question to Transcarpathian Regional Military Administration. As soon as she okays our timeline, we will include that item into the agenda of the Regional Council. Yes, thank you very much, but I don't see everybody who is present online. Let me know if the Vice Prime Minister Taras Kachka joined us. Yeah, I can see him. Yes, he is with us. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And if you don't mind, first of all, I would like to give floor to Vice Prime Minister on European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Mr. Taras Kachka. Please as a representative of the government and the highest position in the government responsible for our movement toward our membership in the European Union, can you present the vision of the government, of the vector, of where we are moving in terms of ensuring compliance with nature conservation obligations in the sphere of international legal obligations related to our European integration aspirations? So what's the vision of the government? How are we going to combine that task with meeting the urgent needs of energy independence of Ukraine? Taras, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. Why is he muted? Dear colleagues, who is responsible for technical aspects? Taras, we cannot hear you. Just wait a second. There is a technical glitch here. Some of the technicians. Is the problem on our side? Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah, finally. Yeah, please. Wow. Yes, I'm very glad that you came up with these initiatives and the two committees met in Transcarpathian regions to discuss these extremely important issues, because now literally we are discussing our negotiation positions regarding the environmental section, and on Monday or in the nearest future we will finalize our discussion there, because from the European Union they're going to come up with their negotiation position in the nearest weeks. So really, as of the 1st of December, we will be able to open negotiations on all 6 clusters. So now we are in the active phase of discussing Cluster 4 on environmental issues. And I would like to say that compared to other sections, environmental aspects raise the most number of questions regarding the transitional period. And one of the reasons, and we just divided the position into 3 blocks. And regarding these 3 blocks, the first one is about the climate policy, climate objectives, reduction of emissions, greenhouse emissions. I would like to apologize. I forget words, not because I'm snobbish, but I'm extremely tired. So we have a lot of questions here, because in the European Union, they are modifying their approaches to the climate policy, and there were discussions in the EU about the new generation of emission trade. The second block regarding the transitional period is related to regulation of aspects pertaining to communities and local localities, such as waste disposals, drinking water provision, package disposal for industrial enterprises. And of course, here we have to work with the enterprises. So I think that's from my side now. Yeah, I will be very careful. Maybe it's too fast. So, and the third block is about nature conservation and the whole package of measures. And our approach there regarding birds protection, reserved areas, is that in the upcoming 2 years, we are going to update our legislation and come up with a clear-cut plan or a program for implementation of all regulations in all Ukrainian Ukrainian territories. We have to do it in the way similar to our neighbors, because neighboring countries chose various approaches. In Poland, for instance, they had very similar debates that we are having here in Ukraine now. And yesterday, during your visits of wind farms, we had a similar discussion in Poland, because there were a lot of enthusiasts participating in the discussion of identifying protected areas, and that was disproportionate. And then they were seeking similar balance between the needs of energy security and protection of environment. And that discussion was very complicated, because both goals are very noble, and we cannot say that one is better than another. So our task regarding negotiation process in this part is to find this proportional and balanced position in a way that we clearly identify the territories that should be protected as natural territories, but at the same time we should develop and rebuild our industry. So this is the task for our negotiations for the upcoming 24 months. Thank you. Yes, Taras, yeah, the developments are so fast. Now, we don't have 24 months to wait here in Transcarpathian region, because they need to identify the territories now, the territories that have to remain intact as protected natural areas, that, and we need this clear understanding which part will be preserved as for further tourism development in this region. So maybe, yeah, I will try to formulate it more clearly now. So you were talking about the work on amending the legislation and updating legislation, the introduction of new rules for the entire country. This work is necessary, but it should be accelerated. So do you see any possibilities to accelerate it? So let's have a clear delimitation here. I understand your question, which is quite reasonable and correct, but when I'm talking about the upcoming 24 months, I'm talking about the negotiation process, about the EU accession. But the policy as such regarding nature conservation, it is in place. We have legislation in place. So those topics that you are going to discuss today, they need to be addressed in accordance with the current legislation. So I don't see any conflict here or any delays with decision-making process. So my prospect is more about negotiation process and aligning our legislation with EU requirements. But the questions and issues that need to be addressed here and now, they need to be addressed in accordance with the Ukrainian legislation, and I am sure that the Ukrainian legislation is sufficient for you to make those decisions. Thank you, Taras. I understand that you are talking from the road. You will not be able to stay with us for the entire meeting. So, dear colleagues, if you have any urgent questions or something you would like to ask Taras? No questions, Mr. Taras. So you laid a certain foundation for our further discussion, and I think that during our committee meetings and joint committee meetings, we will continue our conversation. Yeah. We have Mr. Galler. I see he raised his hand. No, that was about some technical issues. No, I thought that Mr. Galler wanted to ask a question to Taras. But okay, so it's... I have one question, Ms. Ivana. Yes, Natalia, please introduce yourself for the rest of the audience. Natalia Maestrenko, a lawyer, practicing lawyers working in the sphere of protection of the rights of people against hazardous environmental practices. And we have representatives of Transcarpathian communities raising those questions. So there are some gaps in the Ukrainian legislation. And I would like to ask you about the law on Emerald Network, or the identification of territories and granting them the status at the legislative level, the level of the law of Ukraine. We understand that regulation regarding these 10 territories is in fact implemented and included in the national legislation. Berne Convention provisions were incorporated in the Ukrainian legislation, but I know that there are attempts to implement a project on granting the status of the Emerald Network territories. So I have a question to the representative of the government. In view of our European integration process, do you think that there is an urgent need to come back to this draft law on Emerald Network? Taras, yes, so there are two questions in this question, so it can be divided into two parts. The first part is about our negotiation process with the European Union, and of course, one of the things that I mentioned already is this nature protection and conservation aspect. It is about this territories, this Emerald Network, Nature 2000. These are the terms that they use in the international law and in EU, but in my personal opinion, these are comparable things. So legislation on the status of such territories will be revised in accordance with European rules. And this is, in fact, one of our priorities. Not priorities, that's one of the mandatory steps that we have to take. And the second part is about what is the territory of the Emerald Network or Nature 2000 or other nature conservation programs. So this is a question to us and to the relevant ministry, to the communities, to regional authorities. For me, this is the preceding part. They decide which territories we have to protect. And another point here is if something is violated, someone's rights are not protected, of course, people have to defend them. But first of all, we need a clear road map, a map of the territories that should be included into Emerald territories. Thank you very much for mentioning the Emerald Network. It's very, very relevant, but here we have to understand that we need a very balanced approach and only include the territories that really need to be protected, because society is developing and people need territories to construct, to live, and yeah.
And also there is some issues to find locations for industrial facilities. For people who take care of nature, but still it's evident that for the government it's important that our Ministry of Economy and Environmental Protection and Agriculture, so we are very active to work in this area. We have a very professional team dealing with nature protection issues, and I'm sure that we'll address this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Taras. Thank you for your participation, for your explanation. Yeah, I understand also it's a very urgent issue. And certainly we must understand the boundaries of the natural reserves. And this certainty Certainly, it should be just in the legislation framework, and it is in the legislation framework. It will solve a lot of issues which arise today. So today we should have Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment, Agriculture of Ukraine. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister spent the day with us. He also visited Polonina Runa yesterday with us, and he saw how the construction of windmill is going on. So it would be very interesting just to hear the position of the Ministry of Economy, Environmental and Agriculture, to understand what they think about the situation. But before giving the floor to Vitaly Kondratiev, so I'd like just to mention Roman Sarai, the head of a regional council, that you interact with local communities, that you announce the events with public. You spoke about public hearings on the level of communities. So engage public into discussions. So I received the information that. So basically, in the evening, I received in the evening information that basically there is public access to materials of the constructions of the windmills. I think you will take these issues into consideration. So I hope everything will be in accordance with the legislation. Certainly. So we hope that you will take your word. Now I'm giving the floor to Vitaly Kondratiev, Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. So please give your feedback, what you saw yesterday. If it is okay, just if you stand out, or you can be seated. Or good morning, dear colleagues. Today is very different feeling. Today we shall speak about ecological stories, but also at night the enemy attacked our energy sector and destroyed a lot of generation facilities which would develop our infrastructure. So therefore it's a very interesting discussion through this prism. Yesterday I visited Polonina Runa, but also I participated NGO forum and business forum, and it was very interesting discussion where a lot of relocation businesses came to Transcarpathian region. So we speak about businesses from Kharkiv region, Dnipropetrovsk region, where industrial facilities are ruined, and therefore industrial enterprises from these areas they relocate to safer regions. And today we understand that Transcarpathian region is the most secured region, and enterprises move here. Heavy industry enterprises move here, but sometimes these heavy industry enterprises, they do not have enough energy capacity. Certainly we understand these alternative sources of energy should be done in accordance with legislation. So yesterday we visited Polonina Runa, and it was a nice place, but we must understand that this place was urbanized during Soviet times. So we were driving a road which was built 50 years ago, built for military purposes. Certainly, when we speak about environmental impact assessment, it's very important. Certainly, we'll study this assessment. We'll take into consideration the scale of the construction, the scale of this impact on the on the ecology. Now we understand that there is a lawsuit and the construction is suspended. There is a lawsuit. The first instance court did not support the complaint. Now the case is in the Court of Appeal. After the verdict is issued by the court, then we shall see what we can do later. So also we analyze all the work conducted, all the study conducted prior to the construction. So also we'll find out and we shall evaluate all the documents, especially we are speaking about the document which is called environmental impact assessment. Do I understand correctly that you cannot conduct this assessment when there is lawsuit? Yes, until the court hearing is on, so this assessment is suspended. When we built one wind turbine, so we do not need this assessment, but we speak about windmill park, so certainly it's this assessment, environmental impact assessment is very important. So we speak about 30 potential windmills on Polonina Runa, and we have seen the basis for these windmills, which are already ready to mount windmills. So it looks like that this assessment, this environmental impact assessment must be taken into consideration because some construction works are still going on. Judging the documents we have, these works are being conducted according to the declaration on the initial stage of the work. So, and there are some explanations of state body agencies that construction of base of the windmill is not about construction and windmill. So, and this issue does not belong to the authority of our ministry, to the Ministry of Ecology. Certainly our Ministry of Ecology, we are very keen to get involved in that project, in that activity. Thank you very much. I'm glad that we have the head of the other state agency, which is responsible for issuing the permit for the construction of the base of windmill. So it was strange for me to understand that the base of the windmill is different from the construction of the windmill itself. So, but we shall give the floor later. So maybe you have questions to the deputy head of the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. Yes, there is a question. Yeah, we have a question from the audience. NGO activist. So you manipulated in your speech. You manipulated with facts. As a war veteran, I would tell you the importance of nature for survival at the front line. So if there were no woods at the front line, our losses would have been much bigger. And you are going just to replace the nature with windmills. Next time, please be more accurate with your words, because everybody is suffering from the Russian invasion. Don't press on our feelings. When we speak about this state agency, we should find out why we have this big base for windmill, and people just are looking at this base and they can't understand why this base is the construction of this base is different from the construction of the windmill. There is no logic understanding with that. Don't treat us as fools. So where is your question? What's your question? Let's have our discussion in a civilized way. in a constructive way. So I would like just to explain, because it was mentioned that I was manipulating that we replace ecology with energy sector, but let's think reasonably. Only 1% of Polonina Runa will be used for windmills. Secondly, the position of Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture. As soon we have this possibility to conduct this assessment, certainly we'll do it. Thank you very much. I completely agree to please avoid some private accusations. Let's try to have a constructive work. So also I have a question to Mr. Vitali. So you mentioned some legislation work should be done, some amendments to the law must be taken. What should be done? What amendments should be? We are not about. Thank you to the members of parliament. No problems with the legislation. The problem is that because there is a lawsuit, in the court of the second instance. Now, our ministry cannot interfere. So I would like just to say that the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture was not involved. It's not our responsibility. We were not involved at the construction of the bases for windmills. We have a representative of Ecological Inspectorate, and later we'll be able just to ask questions to representatives of Inspectorate. Also, we have some more questions from the audience. A question, maybe it will surprise you, but still, please give your answer. So I guess we have a representative of the construction company. This windmill, can we install it without this big basis? Thank you for your question. Is it possible to install wind turbine without the base? Certainly not. Therefore, the base of this wind turbine is an element, integral part of the wind turbine. According to our legislation, there are different stages of construction works.
So can we deem the foundation as a separate component? Yes. No, that was not my question. So can you just dig a hole and put a windmill in the ground without a foundation? Yeah, foundation can be constructed separate. No, my question was like, can a windmill be constructed without a foundation? No, it's not possible. So if it's not possible to do it without the foundation, then it's part of the windmill. Yeah, we understood what we mean. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, colleagues. You see, that we have a more and more heated discussion in this session hall. And now I would like to give floor to our colleagues, great friends of Ukraine, members of the European Parliament, who for many years, or like Mikhail Galer, who is a reporter on Ukraine in the European Parliament, for decades he's been working working for provision of the maximum level of support to Ukraine. So I would like to give floor to Mr. Galler to present a vision, maybe from a German experience perspective of construction of windmills. Can you say a couple of words about the vision from the European Union on the current situation?
Dear Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Yes. Доброго дня, шановні колеги і друзі.
Good morning, dear colleagues and friends.
I just have to switch off the interpretation because otherwise no, it's fine. Yeah. Thank you for including me in this forum, and I've followed with interest the discussion just where it is about economy and ecology and getting these issues in a fruitful cooperation. Well, I've been, as you are in Transcarpathia, I have followed over many years one specific, well, on the one hand economic, but on the other hand very sensitive ecological project that is this ski resort in Svidovets, where I've passed several papers to previous governments already to see to it that this is in line with international conventions that Ukraine has signed, and because we really fear that in such an area a lot of ancestral, or what is it, primeval forest is being destroyed, and sometimes also against legal obligations. But that's a specific issue related to the previous discussion. When it's about such discussions like windmills, on the Germans, in the German circumstances, in principle, you can, of course, build them if it doesn't contradict other provisions. But the implementation on the ground, that is not a federal issue, it's not a national issue, but the provisions are on our state level, and they differ a lot as far as, for instance, the distance to villages or to towns is concerned. How much does the distance have to be as minimum? How much interference into the environment is okay. So if you have the possibility to build it somewhere on a normal field, then you don't need to cut too many trees. But if it is better to have it on a high mountain where there is more wind, of course, in many cases, then there is forest and you have to cut a lot around, and then the eco-balance. So if you compare the impact on the environment prior to having the benefits thereof, that has to be then assessed in detail and in every case. And what I see in the German case, is a huge difference and discrepancy amongst the 16 federated states, how many of such windmills have been built. Evidently, where there is most wind, most has been built, even offshore along the North Sea and the Baltic Sea coast. There we have a lot of such windmills running, and outside, so to say, inhabited areas, just on the very coast or offshore. Then that is fine and working. What we have now as a reality, because we are producing so much wind, we don't get it transported, in our case, southward where we need the energy. Now, in the Ukrainian case, I could imagine also that, of course, not only during the war, but also after the war, there will be areas where there is more reconstruction and happening, and also energy needed. So then the question is production or construction in Transcarpathia, where there is perhaps on the hills a lot of wind, I would simply suggest produce as much as you need in your region, but if it is for transporting it several hundred kilometers to the real centers of industrial or reconstruction development, then perhaps you should not, so to say, overestimate the capacity in the remote areas, only because perhaps there are not so many people leaving who might be complaining. That is another issue that has delayed, for instance, in the German case, in many instances, the construction, because against every windmill, there is a possibility to put forward a complaint to the administrative courts, and then sometimes it takes quite a while to get it done. You also have divisive effects on the local level, even inside what I have experienced in the same party, because the owners of land or farmers who would like to add to their income and say, okay, I allow it on my ground, on my field, then they get in trouble with their neighbors who wouldn't like to have it so closely to them. So you have the general policy line where we say, yes, we want to have decarbonization. That is all under this big title of reducing CO2 emissions and fighting against climate change. That is the big headline. Then when it becomes concrete, one of the aspects is building such, having wind energy. And then when it becomes very concrete, the very concrete windmill in a given location, then you are creating sometimes trouble within a local community, whether to have it or not to have it. And then it's not about ecology or economic impact, but the personal profit that a person might have, or the allegation that such a windmill that throws, especially when the sun is coming up or setting, then it causes a huge amount of shadow and light, so when it's turning. So these are issues that are brought to the courts even. I don't want to be disturbed by such things. So I would say the legal provisions are on the federal level the same. On the implementation level in the regions, the different laws in the German case apply as far as distance, as I said, is concerned, and how many you would like to have. And every citizen then still has the possibility to go to court. So it is complicated, but there are also, I would also look, I'm coming from the German perspective, but I would strongly recommend to you to compare it with best practice all over Europe, because there is discretion. It's not a uniform application of what we decide on the European level, what we implement on the national level, and then execute on the local level. Have a look in different countries where you find best practice. That is what I recommend in this field.
Thank you, Michael. I would jump from you to our other colleague from the European Parliament, who represents another country that has a lot of mountainous areas and does have the practical experience of windmills being located in different parts of the country. From Austria, Helmut Brandstetter, the floor is yours. Helmut is also the first deputy chair of the Parliamentary Association Committee on the European Parliament side, and the floor is yours. You're very much welcome, dear Helmut. We cannot hear you. Це в нас проблема, чи
Is it a problem on our side?
I can hear you.
Now it should work.
Yeah.
Does it work? Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks very
it does.
much. Thank you very much, Ivana. All the best to you. And I want to start with a short comment. I really admire you. I mean, you are in a war. You're in a very difficult situation. I just read about the last night in Dnieper. And at the same time, you're discussing very important things about your future and our common future. All the question of natural resources, of environment. So Many people here, and I feel ashamed to say that many people in Europe do not understand how far you are with all these discussions and how important it is for our common future. And listening to Michael Gahler, I really have to say we should stress that even more in Europe, all these areas you're working on a common future. The positive thing is, I really can tell you from the European Parliament, there's a huge majority in favor of quick negotiations. You know, Mata Kos always talks about merit-based enlargement, of course, but there's a huge majority for quick and successful negotiations. That's the first thing I wanted to say, and it's really important for me. The second thing is, a few words about Austria. When you fly into Vienna, you see those windmills. So it's easy in Austria to have them in areas which are flat, which are pure agriculture, and not densely inhabited. It's on the other side, it's very difficult in the mountainous area. We just had a referendum in our southern area in Carinthia, and there was a majority against it. It's not a binding referendum, but there was this referendum. You know, Austria is really a touristic country, and our mountains should be there for tourism, for skiing, and so on and so forth. On all the mountains there's a cross, and people do not like windmills at all. That's also something which Austria is different. We have a huge area of renewables with our water energy. So water energy is very important for Austria, so many people say we don't need that. On the other hand, we know we were dependent also on the Russian gas, so there's more and more understanding that we have to produce more on ourselves. Talking about the European Union, I want to say that I think the EU really has recognized Ukraine as a key external part of renewable energy, including biomethane, green hydrogen. In early 25, Ukraine delivered its first biomethane shipment to Germany, and the EU lists Ukraine among its priority partners for renewable hydrogen imports. Full integration of Ukraine's electricity market with the EU by 27 is expected to further boost energy for both the Ukraine and for EU. And listening to Michael Gahler, I also have to say the problem very often is distribution. We also had a discussion in Austria. People don't want to see those nets. The people don't want to see, they want energy, but they don't want distribution. And of course, it's easier to build those windmills offshore, but then you have to have the distribution to the other areas. And I think this is going to be a very important discussion also for us, but for us also together. And which I also want to mention positive, that Ukraine's status for EU membership has further incentivized investment in its renewable sector as it aligns its energy policies with EU standards and attracts international funding. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and other partners are mobilizing billions in investments to accelerate renewable projects. So I think that's what's for me important. We realize how good Russian disinformation is. We need way more information to really inform, especially our people here inside the European Union, that we are already cooperating, that we need each other, and how important the good and important and the quick negotiations with Ukraine are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helmut. Ми дійсно потребуємо
Yes, we do need active work, so we rely on the support from our friends in the EU, who would explain to the governments and citizens the necessity to move quickly, for us to move quickly, but certainly we also must do our homework. Here we're speaking about accession to the EU. Now we have online our old friend of Ukraine, which more than for a dozen years, she's fighting for Ukraine, she working in the issues of priorities for the Ukraine integration into EU, head of the Forum Sustainable Development, Viola. Viola, a few words from you. You are in Ukraine today. So pity that you are not here in the room, but thank you very much for your work, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ivana, and everyone who has spoken already, and thanks a lot for inviting me to this extraordinary session. I wish I could have been with you also yesterday, because I think that is the most important thing, to go on the spot, to see the location, to talk to the people, to get a first-hand impression. And that is, I think, the most important steps, what politicians, also from Kiev, and I'm in Kiev right now, should do. First of all, let me emphasize I'm a big proponent of wind energy. I have many shares of windmills in different parts of Germany. We introduced the so-called citizens project, so that citizens for 500 euros can buy shares, and they are then owners of their windmill in their neighborhood. So that increases the acceptance of citizens and decreases the resistance, and is very, very, let's say, transparent. It's integer, and it includes the civil society on the spot. And of course, you can earn a little bit of money with this. So let me emphasize, in general, I'm in favor, and I think that decentralized energy is more than overdue for Ukraine. I was very happy when finally Ukraine started to work on a concept on decentralized energy, because out of the, let's say, central places, and we see how much danger the Russian ballistics can do now to nuclear stations, to other centralized energy infrastructure. So yes, it is more than important that we together with European monies work on this. But, and there's the big but, we also have to apply and to adhere with environmental norms. And that was stressed by many of the speakers in the room, but also online. And of course, also here in Germany, there are many, many, many examples where projectors came up with a good windability, so-called project planning, and in the end, that was never realized, because the ecological region, the ecological territory was much too sensible, much too sensitive. So you will come up maybe with a good vulnerability, so a potential project which looks good on paper, but cannot be realized due to rare species, birds which are breeding there, other necessities from the nature, from the conservation perspective. And that is, I think, also important to go along with from the very beginning, and not to hide things, not to be in secret, not to exclude environmental experts, think tankers, people from universities. So our process is in Germany, I would say, and in most of as Michael Gala has said, we have a very federal state. So even here, planning processes differ from one state to the other, sometimes even differ from one local community to the other. But nevertheless, the standards are more or less the same. In some states, we even allow to build windmills in forest, but not in ecological sensitive forest. I'm personally against that, because as we know, forests store CO2. Beside wetland, forests are the biggest storage for CO2. And it's not in the trees or the culture, but in the soil. So if you come up with a large project like a windmill park, you destroy the whole composition, the whole ecology of the soil. And that is really detrimental. So you don't see this from the very beginning. You cannot see the cutting down, but the soil is our, let's say, fundament in a literal sense. So also here, I would always recommend talk to those ecologists, talk to the experts, and then find a compromise. Don't exclude them. Don't put them under pressure and don't threaten them. We have seen, as I said before, a lot of resistance in many areas. And the more open you are, the better you cooperate, you better roll out your project plans and try to include all the concerns from the local people, the easier it is in the end to realize your project. Because what we would like to see, we, the citizens, we, the Europeans, but also we, the owners of windmills, we would like to have beneficial output. But that cannot be realized if what is happening in your case, if you face lawsuits. So how to prevent, how to avoid this from happening? Try to be as open as possible. Talk to the people before you start planning. Try to find out which, from the maximum potential analysis, which region would be acceptable, which is still from the grid-wise, as we have heard before, which is good for the industry on the ground. I would say the riches of the Carpathian are not the optimum. And when I talk to developers in Germany, they would never build on the riches of the so-called mountains or middle mountains which we have in Germany, because it's much too unstable. We have orkans, we have storms, we have heavy wind force there. And so it's not a continuous perpetuum wind which you need for a good wind harvest. So also here, I think there are many different criteria, and I can only recommend you try to include as many as you can, and you will have a beneficial outcome for the region, for the tourist, for the ecology, but also then for the economy money-wise. Thank you a lot for having me, and I'm very open for questions.
Дякую, пані Віоло.
Thank you. Thank you, Viola. I don't know if there are questions to our European colleagues.
Але це конкретно те, що ми намагаємося зараз тут зробити на нашому спільному засіданні, якраз залучивши.
So here at our joint session, so we try just to involve different stakeholders. We are trying to create a platform where everyone can hear each other and try to find a joint decision. I'll change the order of speakers. So, according to our agenda, we should have Mr. Nekrasov, first deputy head of Minister of Energy sector, but because of this heavy shelling, he's on the site, so therefore we do not have representative of Ministry of Energy so far, maybe later. But now I would like just to give a floor to present the vision of the development of winter farms in the Transcarpathian regions. So I'll give the floor to the director of company Wind Park of Ukraine, Vladislav Yeremenko. Thank you very much, Vladislav, for being here with us. So I would like just to hear your wider picture, your wider vision, and maybe just later we'll go deeper into the topic, and later we'll give floor to representative of state agencies, state forestry agency, representative of state inspection for architecture and urban planning. So the floor is yours, Mr. Vladislav. Okay. Good afternoon. Do you hear me well? Yes, I'm General Director of the company Wind Parks of Ukraine. It's a pleasure for me to see you all here on a Saturday, that you are paying big attention to this topic. I think our contribution to the energy independence is not very significant, but still, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. So I'd like just to thank you, all representatives of the Parliament, to my colleagues, to the State Forestry Agency, to representatives of ministries, to all colleagues who support us to develop our projects, who from time to time just recommend us to make some amendments to see the situation differently. Thank you very much to local communities who are crucial in the development of this approach. So who are doing a lot in development the energy sector, and who are very important in interaction between us and local society. So our enterprise every day is committed to the development of the projects, because we speak about alternative sources of wind. I would like to thank scientists, specialists who study different aspects of alternative sources of the energy. They help us to integrate our infrastructure objects and how to reduce the impact on the environment. Yeah, a lot of businesses had to relocate from eastern part of Ukraine since 2022. In Transcarpathian region, there were all conditions for business entities to relocate here. And thank you very much for the local communities and local authorities of the Zakarpattian region. So they did a lot. That here in Transcarpathian regions, our company was able to start renewable energy projects, and we speak about also businesses which are dealing with heavy machine building. It's very important because a lot of our citizens in the east of Ukraine, also in Kramatorsk, it's my native land. So today our citizens are fighting for our independence. Special tribute and honor to them. So we are doing everything to ease their life at the front line, to fight for the interest of Ukraine in the east of Ukraine. Now about wind parks. So our company was relocated into Transcarpathian region in 2022. Since that, we have established a number of enterprises. Also, we contributed a lot to the development of local communities. We are the only producer of wind energy here. And this procedure of wind energy production is certified in Germany. Now we offer this energy not only to Transcarpathian region, but other regions. We speak about capacity of 5.2 megawatt windmills. And every year, we are doing our best to produce, to integrate not only our energy sector, energy network, but only to integrate into local communities and for them to gain some profits.
So, I need a clicker. So yes, we missed several slides already, but let me, how does it work here? Where do I point it for it to work? Right. So, okay, move to the following slide. Yeah, so the projects we developed for the Transcarpathian region. So these are our production capacities. And next slide, please. Yeah, this one. Right. So as of today, the group of companies, and we talked to your colleagues yesterday about the number of windmills that are planned to be constructed by our companies. So you can see the map. It's in the open access. So the justification of the amount, it's difficult to say whether it's too much or not enough. So we had two components when selecting a project. First is the capacity of the wind power, and the second component is the availability of places and agreement with the community. The Transcarpathian region situation changed dramatically because with the beginning of our work in the Transcarpathian region, our company started close cooperation with local communities so that communities are able to participate not only at the stage of construction of specific projects, but they will be involved during the entire operational life of the windmills, so they will receive part of the generated energy for the community, which is huge, opens huge potential for development of public systems and create workplaces for local populations, thus preserving our potentials as the Ukrainian nation. Over the period of our work in the community where construction takes place, we created 2,500 workplaces with payment to the pension fund of Ukraine, or the individual tax payment, yes. And at the same time, we implement social projects because the shareholders had to make a decision to construct accommodation for workers, and also we repaired social objects. 126 apartments were constructed in a small town. School was repaired, and for approximately 350 children, both coming from other regions of Ukraine and for local children from the Transcarpathian region. And that means revival of communities. As soon as we start implementing infrastructure projects, the community revives. More than 50 million was invested in development of various infrastructural areas. The territories where we place our wind turbines received new opportunities for the communities. People are able to plan their future for decades ahead, and that means sustainable development. One wind turbine brings approximately 1.5 to 2 million hryvnias. Groups of 20 to 30 turbines means approximately 50 million hryvnias per year, including payment of individual taxes, land rent payments, and other services that emerge around the wind turbines. So for 25 years of operation of a windmill will bring approximately 1 billion of hryvnias for a community without any subsidies from the state budget. So it will be self-generated income with a powerful high-capacity power station industry workplace creation, everything comes with the development of the community that will become prosperous, the region will become prosperous, and the country will become prosperous. Of course, people often say that when we implement our projects, we meet or fail to meet specific environmental requirements. Our company cannot implement any of our projects without complying with environmental requirements. So wind energy as such has proven its environmentally friendly production of electricity. Electricity in Ukraine means that it can become a target of enemy attacks, but if one windmill is destroyed, one destruction of one windmill requires more effort from the enemy and than destruction of an electric power station. So we take into account all these factors as well as environmental factors. Of course, we have mistakes or some gaps, and our opponents and civil society, they tell us what we need to pay attention to. The procedure of project implementation in general lasts for 18 to 24 months, so it's not a quick project. We have to carry out preparatory works, involved various professionals and specialists, both in the environmental sphere, in the construction sphere, engineers, logistic experts, construction experts. They calculate where we can deliver spare parts and assemble them. Natural monitoring is carried out as required by the Ukrainian legislation. So when we complete construction of our power station, we are still subject to annual monitoring exercises that are aimed at checking our planned impact with the actual impact, so that the upcoming generation can see the impact of wind energy and develop respective methodological recommendations for our future generations. And the most important thing is that we produce energy in the territory of Ukraine, so that we can feel that we are part of the driving force. Something is produced in Ukraine, and our products are in compliance with Ukrainian legislative requirements, but we work together with our partners, financial institutions, European institutions, and we call upon them to locate their production capacities in Ukraine. We are open for sharing our experience. We are able to invite our partners to work together in the industrial parks or in our parks, but we want to use production capacities and all components that are produced in Ukraine, so that we keep taxes inside the country. We keep products inside the country, and that will enable us to move toward the European integration. And Ukraine, and I'm very grateful for that, Ukraine has developed several instruments supporting industry, wind energy generation. The respective program is being implemented by the state-owned banks that provide funding for respective projects. And the first loan was granted to the Zakarpattian region, so we can now receive loans from Oshad Bank, not only from wealthier European banks. So Oshad banks started funding implementation of respective projects, which speed up the whole process. Our company also is thinking about integration of our project into the system of energy saving and accumulation and preservation, so that energy can be provided even after enemies' attacks or some emergency situations, so that we will be able to provide energy in a more stable way. And finishing my presentation, I would like to thank you again for inviting me and giving the floor to me. And the system of wind farms is not the end of development and integration. We also have a lot of supporting services, such as logistic companies that were created in the Zakarpattian region to make us more independent in terms of implementing green technologies and services, of course. As we saw in the beginning of this war, Ukrainian companies stayed in Ukraine and energy generating companies stayed in Ukraine. In Kramatorsk, we were generating energy until recently, a week and a half ago, all 3 wind turbines were destroyed by the enemy, which is now very close to the locality, like 9 kilometers. So wind energy generation stopped there, but now I hope that you will discuss all pros and contras, and the MPs will take all necessary steps to enable Ukraine to be part of the European family as a strong industrial country with prosperous regions, prosperous communities, so that we are not subsidized once we are a member of the European Union, but we can share our experience, and together with our European friends, we would be able to implement more interesting projects, of course, in line with the current legislation and the environmental norms. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vladislav. I see that Viola raised hand in Zoom. I see, and I also see raised hands or comments. Yeah, there are questions from European Commission. I have a question from the European Commission and a raised hand from Viola. So maybe Torsten is the first. European Commission?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Torsten, do you want
Torsten.
a question, please?
I put my question in the chat. Essentially, it's about the financial risk for the developer if the work has started already and the procedure for the environmental impact assessment has not been started because of legal constraints that the representative of the ministry explained. I mean, this is a financial risk that the developer has to take, and I would be interested how this would be managed, because financing for such big projects always is a problem, and of course environmental certainty also reduces financial risks. Thank you.
Тобто питання в тому, а що ви будете робити як компанія?
So the question is, how is the company going to respond in the case when, if you receive a negative impact, environmental impact assessment? Yeah, so you already invested and you constructed foundations without assessment if the assessment is negative. Any investment activity presents a risk to be assessed by the investor and the developer. If we can we say that there is a risk that that we receive a negative assessment? Yes. But again, we have grounds to believe that we are moving in the right direction. Yes, this environmental impact assessment takes almost a year and a half. And I'm confident that the specialists spent a lot of time almost living in the mountains, studying the biodiversity. I have confidence in the reports that were submitted to the Ministry of Environment. I'm confident because in the process of environmental impact assessment, we complied with all requirements with the current legislation, including EU norms, because we had public discussions as part of the environmental impact assessment as a civilized part of the whole process. And then several conclusions were presented that gives us grounds to believe that we did everything in a proper way, in line with the effective legislation. What we see now is that we have a court trial process, subject of which is not environmental impact assessment, but it is an attempt of a small part of a society to disprove community's decision presented in the detailed plan of the territory, which is the basis of the urban development document on which we based our environmental impact assessment. So the community prepared a document together with the developer in a proper way, and we went through all necessary steps, and we are confident that a respective verdict will be rendered by the court. Depending on the court decision, we will take our following steps.
Thank you very much. More questions? Viola, please. Viola, your question.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to understand this correctly, so you started building the foundations without a permission? Is that a common process in Ukraine? Yet you just say, I'm confident, and when I'm confident, I can start to building such a massive project. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. Normally, an environmental impact assessment has to be finished, and only after that you can start the planning process, because before you don't know where actually the sensitive areas are and where the ecological sensitive zones are. And this has to be included into your planning process. You can't just go and plan things and realize things and then say, I'm confident that it will work. I think this is very uncommon, to be honest, even if you think this is according to environmental law, and even if you try to declare those environmental, let's call them activists or people or citizens as a minority. But to be honest, we have seen a lot of cases in my home country where people were surprised when the procedure was finished, how terrible and how detrimental for the environment it was. And then they realized we should have protested, we should have been resisted, we should have been against. And so I would rather say, why don't you talk to the environmentalists before? Why don't you wait until the environmental impact is closed and you have a proper document with which you can work on? I mean, this would be, at least from my understanding, according to European legislation, but maybe correct me, maybe I'm wrong.
Пане Владиславе, ви хотіли би прокоментувати? Чи потрібно переклад, так? Чи зрозумів?
Я зрозумів, що опять питання про фундаменти.
Так, було питання, що це...
Yeah, it was a question about the foundation of windmill because it's not usual. I would ask a question. Can we stand without floor? Can we stand without floor? No.
Будь ласка, пан Дмитро Любота.
So there are some comments, there are some questions from the audience. So I'm very happy to be here, that we are discussing such important topic. So it's one of the first precedents that first there was a foundation of the windmill. I hope that the result of our today's meeting will come to some conclusions how to do, somehow just to not to face such phenomenon later, because we do have a gap in our legislation. I understand your question. Also, I agree it's not logical to start building the foundation without all other documents, but we speak about gaps in Ukrainian legislation, and our legislations allows the company to start construction of foundations and then windmills without violating the Ukrainian legislation. So I hope in the end we'll find out how to solve such situation in future, just to prevent such situation in future. If you allow me, as a representative of the practical activity, I think that today we shall end our meeting with finding some practical steps how to solve such situation. We are not talking about stopping the construction. We must analyze all risks. So basically, there was a voting in the parliament on ecological issues in the parliament, Ukrainian parliament lately. Unfortunately, it was not voted for. There was no quorum. So I think that you showed the presentation, very impressive presentation, job opportunities, but certainly we must take into consideration the protection of the nature. So what I can see today is I see facilities. You are going just to construct these facilities on Polonina, on mountain meadow. But also we must take also into consideration ecology issues. So I'm proud, certainly I am proud that we have so powerful projects in Ukraine. But on the other hand, in future, we should remember that when implementing such investment projects, we should take into consideration all aspects, not to deal with different challenges. So a question was about your financial risks. From your answer, we understand that you do not see any financial risk for your company. Well, first of all, I agree with you that there are a lot of gaps in our Ukrainian legislation. I agree that a lot of legislation acts should be amended. But what should I say? All legislation of Ukraine was developed when we were not taking into consideration the latest developments. Willy-nilly, we have to take some decisions to stabilize situation, to develop energy sector, and we shall be responsible for that. Also, responsible for these projects, not only company, but also the responsibility lies also on local communities. And certainly we do not want any problems for our company, for the local community. So before integrating this or that objects, we are doing all necessary studies. So we are analyzing, we are looking at a specific business project, and I hope we shall come out with different approaches to such issues, and these approaches would enable us to develop industrial sector, and would enable us to have all proper documents in compliance with the European legislation. 1 second. We have a question from Olena, from Yulia. So I'll give the floor to them first. First of all, I would like to, you're talking about, you're comparing with the floor. So if you leave this room, the floor will stay here. The floor will stay here. In your case, when we speak about mountain meadow, so the mountain meadow certainly will be affected. If, for instance, the assessment, this environmental impact assessment is negative for you, anyway, the ecology will be damaged. So certainly we cannot simplify all things. People who used to live in EU, people in EU, they understand that their legislation is regulated, and our legislation in Ukraine is more simplified. We're going to enter European Union, but certainly it's good. But on the other hand, we should be reasonable on our movement to the EU. And our speakers from Austria, from Germany, they confirmed that national legislation regulate all these issues. And I was watching the audience and the reaction of the audience on the words that in Germany, it's the state, a state in Germany regulate all these norms. We are not federal state, we are Unitarian state, and therefore we have Ukrainian national legislation effective. So therefore, when we speak about some natural emergencies like floods, local community will not be able to deal with that. So the result of, certainly we are welcoming your initiative, certainly we understand we need such initiatives. We need this initiative in future, but we need these initiatives to be compliant with the legislation. So certainly, as members of parliament, we shall work on the amendments in the parliament, which would restrict the construction of different facilities until this environmental impact assessment is done. Yulia, question from you. Please tell me.
Чутно? Чутно, так? Скажіть, будь ласка, тут лунали заклики про те, що полонина – це частина природного...
So here it was said that Polonina Runa is a part of National Park Sinevir. I was informed that this territory, the territory of the wind park, is a former military base during Soviet Union, and in fact, activities relating to the nature preservation, nature protection, and when we speak about endangered species on these lands, so basically no activities to protect such species. So this former military base, it was a radar network. It's not a secret information. And it was about protection from nuclear blast and from chemical attacks. Do I understand correctly that it is not a touristic area? And it was not a touristic place. Do I understand you correctly? Yes. I think potentially it is a touristic area, because all Transcarpathian region is a touristic area. We did not study that thoroughly. But I can state that during Soviet time, a Soviet military base was deployed there, and this access road was built to the mountain was built during Soviet time. So I have 15 years of experience in windmill construction, and yesterday we discussed that in Nizhny Vorota. During the construction of windmill, every location is transformed into touristic boom. So we speak about generation of energy certainly, but also we speak about development of touristic infrastructure. So I guess it could be just combined very harmoniously. And certainly we must decide how to do it correctly on legislation level to combine this energy potential with tourism potential. So basically a lot of tourists, a lot of people are happy just to take photos in front of windmills.
I see 4 or 5 raised hands for questions. So my suggestion now is that we just let me finish. Yeah, let us work this way. Just very brief questions from all 5 of you, and then Vladislav will answer all of them. Yeah, one by one. Yes, we will start with online. Natalia. Yeah, and then second hand, but I cannot identify the person. So Natalia Maestrenko first, and then someone again from online. Thank you, Ms. Ivana. My question is to Vladislav. So, do I understand you correctly that you believe that from 3.5 to 4.5 cubic meters of soil removed from the construction site means no impact on the environment, or does it have impact on the environment? Yes, question 1. We heard online a lady. Good morning. I would like, please introduce yourself. My name's Olena Zhuk, and I'm from an environmental organization in Chistadem. And I would like to add to Viola's question about your investment risks. So, do you, as an investor and as a developer, do you have a plan B, an alternative territory for windmill construction? And second part is about Soviet Union working on swamps, agricultural fields during the Soviet times. So, and now we refer to the Soviet Union as the developers, as a positive developers. Olena from the audience here. Yeah. Olena Mudra, a journalist, and my question is more of economic nature. Which components of the windmills are imported and from which countries? Imported or exported? Brought through our borders from other countries. Natalia, yeah, I saw you. Yes. In microphone, please. I have a question about involvement of public and civil society environmental organizations. How do you involve them in the dialogue, and how do you organize meetings with them, given all the negative response? How many meetings with civil society did you have after you came to the Zakarpattia region? Katerina Polyanska, Environment and Human Rights. Which amendments would you envisage to the current Ukrainian legislation? We have the law on strategic assessment, environmental impact assessment, flora and fauna. We have all these provisions in place and preventing destruction of environment. And environmental impact assessment is a comprehensive, all-encompassing assessment, including soil surface, environmental construction, And the last question. I'm Mykola Gerasimenko, head of the group of environmental experts carrying out survey for the construction site. I would like to participate in this discussion because, first of all, we are talking about the law of Ukraine on environmental impact assessment and alleged violations. We have urban development legislation and we have environmental legislations. Both are good, but urban development legislation envisages a number of steps to be taken by the developer. And there is also a law of Ukraine on environmental impact assessment. And if we read it very carefully with regard to wind farms, we will see that a precondition for environmental impact assessment requires two items and altitude more than 150 meters. They added it in order to prevent impact on flora and fauna, first of all, birds, because if a windmill is under 50 meters, then the foundation still has to be constructed. So, and then we have another legal provision on shore fortification that was added to assess the impact on shore land, which is habitat for waterborne species. No one prohibits construction of foundation before a windmill is construction. So construction is allowed on the river shore. It's still construction, but the law does not prohibit it. Yes, so if you are working on shore fortification, you do not need that assessment. So the developer was completely in line with the provisions of the Ukrainian legislation. We have a representative of the EUAM with us, so the developer received permission for that part of construction, for that stage of construction. So there was no danger for the environment because the law of Ukraine on environmental impact assessment in this very provision envisages protection of flying species like bats and birds. If we are talking about habitat from the point of view of botanical value, and if we are talking about highlands, then botanical habitats, we had assessment and we studied for more than a year the situation with botanical habitats, and we involved 32 persons with candidates of biological science who were involved in assessment. So, and we did not use the Ukrainian methodology because it does not exist. We used the methodology of a Scottish Fund of Nature Protection. So we used European methodology that works and that is implemented and adopted in Europe by international financial institutions. So in-depth research was carried out. And when we are talking about plant, wait. I have to interrupt you here because I did not expect a presentation or a speech from your side. I can argue with you here with regard to this very good urban development legislation. I disagree with you here, definitely. But I agree with you that environmental impact assessment is not flawless in Ukraine. But at the same time, I apologize, but you say that you were talking about flora and fauna. You were talking about bats and birds, but you forgot about soil, about upper layer of the soil. So all those people, individuals who were invited by the company to provide and carry out environmental observations and to provide assessment, none of them has a power to provide conclusions enabling construction in a very specific region. So we are here now here to discuss how we can ensure compliance with legal requirements, how we can ensure that all necessary steps are taken, because green energy is critically needed by our country, by our states. Decentralized energy generation is extremely important for our country, and wind farms of Ukraine has huge potential to ensure energy safety and independence of Ukraine. So we have to do something now to ensure that energy safety of Ukraine is developed in accordance with our international legal obligations, our domestic legislative provisions. So we have the grounds now to open court proceedings, court litigation. So there are grounds, and that's why we have those delays. So we are here to create conditions to eliminate all the grounds for people to go to court. We have also pressure on environmentalists, and it's also the topic that needs to be addressed. So yeah, I would like to ask Vladislav to answer these questions, because we have this parallel discussion. We had more speakers included into our agenda, so I think, yeah, so that's already part of the open discussion, so let's continue with that, yeah. Yulia, yeah. I would like to add a couple of things. In September, there was a summit held in Washington called on Ukraine's recovery, involving more than 200 investors from different countries, such as China, United States. And the priority during this summit were investments in the energy sector and renewable energy sector of Ukraine in view of Russia's attacks against energy objects and critical infrastructure. But all investors unanimously emphasized that investments in Ukraine and Ukrainian business are very risky for two reasons. First of all, because of extreme level of regulation, excessive regulation of activities in this sphere, and we see some of the outcomes of that today. And then they mentioned pressure on activists. A couple of weeks ago, we adopted a draft law in the Rada, minimizing or mitigating the risk of law enforcement pressure on businesses, like freezing accounts and so on. So we're trying to deal with that as a law enforcement committee. But this excessive regulation, permits, documents here, I think we need to do something. And Vladislav maybe it has a point here. Let's not try and distort information. I'm from Zaporizhia region, and we had some objects with Chinese investors from 2 European states. They wanted to invest in mining activities, and some local authorities involved activists to delay the process of mining and exploring the territory, just to block the activities. And then foreign investors faced the problem when law enforcement were involved in those disputes. They froze assets and they issued prohibitions. So I agree with Vladislav in some points. Yes, we saw such stories, such cases in the past when paid attacks were organized against activists, against civil society organizations who are trying to defend their rights. So we see various players here, and this is our general problem. And the rule of law in Ukraine is now in a very, very critical situation. Yeah, we already know the term of the rule of law. And when we start talking about energy, the environmental, we always come down to the term of the rule of law. So if we have a law, the EUAM should not be very creative when interpreting it, but we will give floor to a representative of the EUAM who will talk about how they came to the conclusions. Yes, as a practicing businessman, I would like to thank you for your support, for your understanding of what we are doing here at the grassroots. I don't know how DiAM system works now because it used to be a very complicated system. I've been in this construction business for 15 years. We implemented big projects with different approaches. Now I have no idea how they work. We upload documents and then we receive permission. So we do not have any human interaction. On the one hand, it's cool and very convenient for us. We upload documents. We do not have to go anywhere. We do not spend our time and we receive the outcome. So for me, it's something like magic that happens there, but it works countrywide. So digitalization is a big advantage, I tell you, as a practicing businessman. Answering questions like, do we have or exercise impact on the environment? Yes, but even coming to this session hall today, we have impact on environmental, seeking for answers, trying to find the ways to interact, to solution. As to the grade of that impact, that's for the upcoming generation to answer, that will assess the results of our activities. Wind farms of Ukraine takes all necessary measures to ensure compliance with the effective legislation when we construct our objects. Do we have communication with civil society organizations, and how often? As often as you are ready to speak with us on open platforms. We have an office in Uzhhorod, a branch of our company, and then we have representative offices in every community. So you can talk to me personally at any time and discuss anything you would like to discuss. Our colleagues who help us, who draw our attention to specific points, I do not call them opponents, they help us. I always invite you for cooperation and this international meeting. Again, I extend my invitation. Please come. We are ready to talk to you, to listen to you, ready to involve you from the first day of the project. In Uzhhorod University, we can create a professional platform where we can discuss at a professional level the possible ways to address our issues. In the communities, we are ready to see you. We never prevented you from participation in our meetings. We have open discussions and you are always welcome to participate. As to the legislation, our specialists work, our plant works, and I am very grateful to you for your support with simplifying the documentary flow process. And I am sure that we now have representatives in the European Union, and I hope our representatives in the European Union will not forget about us, constructors, engineers. So we're not just an adjacent territory, but we will be, as Ukraine, useful not only in the green energy sector, but in the science sector. Yeah, but there was a question about soil.
There was a question on soil, on lands. Also, please give the other answers. There was a question on alternative. Alternative or what? So if you didn't receive agreement if you don't receive the positive assessment, what is your alternative? So we shall wait for the decision of the court, and after that, after the decision of the court, we'll take our decisions. Now it's too early. So let's focus our discussion into questions answers. We are a bit lagging behind our agenda, so we'll touch all other issues you asked about. I'm very sorry, but you understand? I'm Olena Mudra. I asked a question: what elements of windmills in Transcarpathian region you are importing from the abroad, and from what countries? Thank you. Don't ignore my question.
Якщо я зможу задати це питання, яке є, якщо я думаю, що це не є якась там
I think it's not a business secret. It's not confidential information. So what countries are importing elements for windmills? Perhaps some elements are produced in Ukraine. The main elements also are produced in Ukraine. So we speak about production of blades. So there is a production site. It's a very good, important step in Ukraine, in our direction. Also in the countries of European countries, blades are not produced. So we are importing. Certainly, we are importing also a lot of elements. Certainly, we are cooperating with all the world. Certainly, exception of some countries. Certainly, we are cooperating with the countries which allowed by international legislation. Before, we were buying steel from Azovstal company, and it was a challenge for us to change the provider. But we are studying other companies in the neighboring countries, and we are trying just to import all elements from the neighboring countries. So let's get back to the speeches on the agenda. So therefore, I'm giving floor to Valentin Bachurny, Deputy Head of the State Forestry Agency for Digital Development, Digital Transformation and Digitalization. In the context of our discussion, yesterday's discussion, today's discussion, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, all present here. So the main question yesterday, the main question to the State Forestry Agency, it was a question about access road in the woods. So we speak about SHIPIT, local forestry enterprise. So a question was about cutting trees in the primeval forests. So these questions were asked yesterday. So I would like to explain so that this access road was agreed, the construction of this road was agreed in 2024. All documents were received in 2024 from enterprise Ukrelis project, and all the works which were conducted earlier and now. So all these works we can see through Prozoro system as far as standards are concerned. As far as the status of this forest at access road through the forest, today law enforcement agencies are investigating the case. Also, there is lawsuit in the administrative court. So about complaint to complain about a login ticket. Also, according to my decision, a few expertises would be conducted, and on the result of these expertises, a decision would be taken if or not to take employees of State Forestry Agency to responsibility. Yesterday, there were complaints that this access road is unique. It's only for forestry management activities. It's not the unique road. So construction of forest roads in Transcarpathian region just are in the program of development of the region for 2023-2025. Some projects have been realized already. So also 5 roads are still being built in the forest. And next year, also according to the official program, we plan to build 7 roads. Their longitude will be 22 kilometers. Why do we do that? So we are trying just to get from deforestation to regeneration, to replanting. So we do not conduct mass logging, but certainly to preserve this investment potential of the Transcarpathian region, we cannot do without access road. So we cannot plant new woods without access roads. So the network of these roads in the forests, it's due to that it will be possible to conduct our economic activities certainly in a proper way. Certainly there are some questions to our forestry documents, because sometimes our forestry documents are outdated, and it prevents us from certainly taking into account the digitalization process. So it does not prevent us just to set natural boundaries of nature protection zones or primeval forests. So I would like just to give some statistics, some figures. So what we have today in Transcarpathian region. Today in the region, when we speak about 100% of all forests, so 49.9% of forests where we have limited economic activity. So we speak about half of all woods, 50% of woods where forestries cannot conduct their economic activities. So only 3% of this area belongs to the primeval forests. So this work was conducted by local authorities, and local activists were involved. When comparing with Lviv Oblast, with Lviv region, the same Carpathian mountains, the same percentage, the same forests. In Lviv region, primeval forests in Lviv region is 0.2% from all forests. In Chernivtsi region, in Chernivtsi Oblast, also primeval forests constitute only 0.1% of all forests. Perhaps we speak about wrong methodology to find out the statistic for primevals. So also for the comparison, we also compare with we are comparing with European countries. Thank you to European partners. They share their experience. So we have joint meetings. We have joint training sessions. Today, in Germany, for instance, in Germany, the area of forests in Germany with limited economic activities, only 4.9% of all forests. And they say they want just to increase this number in Germany, and perhaps until 2030 this percentage will be 5%. So, and in our case we speak about 49% of all forests in Transcarpathian region with limited economic activity. For Ukraine, this percentage is 44.6%. So certainly this statistic, this figure could be different because the size of different regions are different. In Poland, for instance, this percentage is only 12%. So when we speak about investment attractiveness of the Transcarpathian region, here we have a lot of projects and a lot of investment projects, not only for wind energy, but also for wood processing industry. Today also we have a pressure from businesses that we cannot provide them with an adequate number of timber wood for their sustainable development for wood processing industry. Therefore, so if we think about reintegration into EU and implementation of EU standards, so we must take into consideration interests also our enterprises and also our wood processing industry and our police also. Thank you. Thank you for the attention. If you have questions, there are specialists here. They will be able to answer your questions.
Valentin, I understand very well that you speak on behalf of the agency responsible for implementation of a respective policy, but I would like to ask you again about the availability of forest management documents. I asked that question yesterday already. So do you have documentation of forestry management in the territories through which the road was constructed, and whether you have the documents granting the status of virgin forests at the respective parts of the road? And we are talking about a forest road, so you must have documents on its status. So can you please briefly inform us about the definition of a forest road in accordance with the standards and Ukrainian legislation, and which load and which capacity is typical for that type of a road? And my most important question is, what about forest management documents in Transcarpathian region? So you have documents that are 16 years old. Yes, I will give floor now to the head of Carpathian office. Yes, Pavlo Manjurak. I can answer your questions about this document for basic forestry management. In Transcarpathian region, we have documents dated 2010, 2011. The materials as of today are effective in force, and they expire in 2026, yes. So, but they expired according to the law. You know very well that they were artificially prolonged. No new documents were developed. No new documents were approved. That's the problem of the ministry now. So there is no coordination between you and the ministry. According to the Regulation 112 that addresses works in the forestry management sphere, we have 10 years to implement the approved documents, and then we have a 5-year transition period. In Transcarpathian region, we started developing new documents in 2019, and we had Uzhhorod, Mukachevo, and other forestries that were reorganized as branches of Forests of Ukraine company for 3 branches. Documents were approved by the Ministry of Environment, or are about to be approved by the Ministry of Environment. So there are materials at different stages of approval. But according to the law, we can use the old materials and we carry out our economic activities based on the materials in Uzhhorod forestry. So we base our activities on the materials approved in 2011. There is a comment here, yeah, regarding the documents. The shaped forestry in Uzhhorod is used. You have materials approved in 2011. They have no virgin forest because the definition of virgin forest was introduced later. So there is no definition in the materials. As to the road has a conclusion rendered in 2024 when the respective project was developed. So on the 25th of October 2024, the materials were obtained for the road. Yes, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I have a request, not a question. So we're here to develop specific solutions. We know the situation around this road, and we had requests from civil society organizations. We submitted our requests to respective agency. So my suggestion is to require the forests of Ukraine and the forestries to introduce the notion of virgin forests to respective documents and materials for us to avoid such discussions. I think that's the proper way for us to do. We have a lot of questions to EUAM and Environmental Inspectorate because we have a lot of questions. So let's proceed to them. Thank you. Thank you, Valentina. Yes, so one of the potential solutions, yes, we'll have the minutes and transcribe the materials, the recordings of this meeting. We will include that as a suggestion. So we have 3 MPs who would like to speak, who have presentations. I would give floor to them now, and then we will proceed with other participants. So we were supposed to finish at 12. Let's try to finish and have a break at 12:30, 12:35, and then we continue our meeting. Now I am giving floor to Sergei Manzi, Chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Protection of the Population and Territories Committee of the Verkhovna Rada. Thank you very much, Ivana. It's the second day of our work in the Zakarpattian region. We listened to both sides yesterday, and to the company, and to the environmentalists. And today it was extremely interesting for me to listen to the opinions of our partners from other countries. And for me, a very interesting point was first that our partners pay more attention to civilian protection of the population, because we can talk about nature conservation, about economic development, but we are doing all of that for a human being. And until the 3rd of February next year, we have martial law in effect in the country. So we are at war. People are killed every day, and for the most important thing for the territories that are responsible for the economic potential of the state is to protect people, to protect businesses working in various territories. That created the second front. Honestly, I am jealous of people of the Transcarpathian regions for having such a strong investor. I looked at the construction site. It was very interesting for me, and I understand that one of the foundations for protection of the population is energy resilience. Every windmill, every civil protection object presents a possibility for us to save human lives. I would like all of you to remember that. Next point I wanted to make was that we have two committees present here, three committees. Yeah, we have law enforcement committee here present as well. So we have diverse opinions presented by MPs, because my personal position is that during full-scale invasion, we need some special legislation. I personally believe that we should suspend environmental impact assessment for wood cutting in the territories with active hostilities. This is my personal opinion, which I'm ready to advocate and defend. Because when we were driving with a late Minister of Interior, Denis Monastyrsky, when we went to Chernobyl region after our enemy left the territory, I would like to see there the environmentalists speaking about the consequences, and I would like the enemy to hear their opinions. We have forest fires that cannot be terminated because there are a lot of unexploded ordnances there, so there is no access to the territory for firefighting. Coming back to the problems that the developer currently faces, I think there are some legislative gaps there. So it's a fault of the legislators now, because this procedure for identification of virgin forests was a surprise for me. It was the first time I heard about the procedure that is applied, and I'm not sure this is a correct procedure. Again, that's my personal opinion. If we have any officer, any forestry agency official can sign a document that prohibits activities in any territory, whether it's correct, my personal opinion, it's not. I heard a lot about Emerald Network yesterday, and again, Verkhovna Rada has a gap here because there is no law on Emerald Network. We have a nice name, but we do not know what to do with it. What activities can be implemented in the territory of the Emerald Network? What activities cannot be implemented? How these activities can be implemented? Again, from my side, I will ask my colleagues to pay attention to numerous legislative initiatives that need to be adopted. Of course, they require a lot of discussions because any human activity has impact on environment. Still, I'm from Khmelnytsky region originally, and we have a nuclear power station in the territory of our region, Khmelnytsky nuclear power station. And when the second block was 90% ready, public activists started protesting and they stopped construction. So the second block was constructed, but 15 years later, they continued construction, but the price was 3 times higher that time. And as a resident of and representative of Khmelnytsky region, together with my colleagues from Khmelnytsky, we will advocate for construction of the third block and the fourth block of that nuclear power station, because this is protection of our energy safety. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to give floor to pass the microphone to other colleagues now. Thank you. Yeah. I will speed up. Yulia Ovchinnikova. Oh, no. Yulia Yacek was first. Yeah, but ladies, you decide who goes first. Yeah, dear colleagues, greetings to everyone again. We are talking now about very important strategic issues today, including national security. If we look at national security, we will see that environmental security is there together with energy security, and we have to remember that when we are talking about recovery and rebuilding. We all are striving for fair peace, but we should not forget about the balance. When we are talking about adherence to the current legislation, we have a unique nature protection, nature conservation legislation that protects our constitutional right to free and safe environment as citizens of Ukraine, and that enables us to protect our country. And most importantly, it is in line with European norms. On Tuesday, we saw the report of the European Union stating clearly that we have high points in this sphere, and we have no moral right to level the tools that are already in place, including environmental impact assessment. When we are talking about suspending this assessment, sanitary wood cutting, this is a unique European tool that prevents illegal logging that we have today. We have a huge number of cases in court today. We were talking about that we were talking about that with the law enforcement agency in our subcommittee. So I'm very grateful to everyone who advocates for that. We tried to adopt the respective law back in 2021. We failed, but now we have to speed up the process of integrating bird habitats directive into our legislation. Emerald Network, Nature 2000, European Union will allocate a lot of money to management, to ensure management of this territory. So we need those provisions to be able to use this money, these funds, and to protect our environment. We also adopted a very important document on fundamental principles of environmental policy, which was also highly assessed by the EU, and all activities according to the document should be nature-oriented, environment-oriented, and then everything should be focused on ensuring energy security and safety. So in all our energy documents, we have to ensure that we are in line with the respective legislation. Then we also have Europe facility, cross-cutting aspect of which is no significant harm, and all projects implemented with European funds should not inflict any significant harm on the environment. And then in the European Union, again, we're trying to find a compromise here. So we are talking about the concept on acceleration areas, the EU concept when areas are identified for accelerated process for generation of alternative energy. We do not have a Ministry of Energy present here, but we know that they developed some initiatives. There are a lot of comments that still we are talking about the forum, a platform for discussing potential solutions. We already submitted an official request for such a meeting with the Ministry of Energy to identify accelerated development areas in order to provide ways for development of local communities and for environment protection. We're talking about laying the foundation that does not need environmental impact assessment. Yeah, we're all adult people, so yeah, of course we know that impact assessment is necessary here. To avoid such situations in the future, we have to find a solution now. We should protect environment, but at the same time create opportunities for development for businesses, for green energy, and avoid pressure on environmentalists, and to find agreement inside the country, because we have the enemy shelling us every day. And those countries that today try to build relations with us, they can use the situation in our country against us moving towards the European family. So we need to adopt a respective draft law on accelerated development, implement bird and habitat directives. So I looked through all the documents again, but again, I call upon you to come together and to find the best solution to avoid such situations in the future, and the interests of all stakeholders are taken into consideration regionally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is given to Yulia Jacek. I can see two opposite approaches from colleagues from different committees. I don't know whether I'll be just in between. I representative of Law Enforcement Activities Committee. So there are more than 8,000 criminal cases were initiated by law enforcement agencies in the sphere of ecological legislation, and only 1,000, more but 1,000 sentences were issued. For the Transcarpathian region, we speak about 100 criminal investigation, 31 suspects, and the damage cost about 86 million hryvnia. So also two illegal activities of two groups have been determined. So it's about excavating sand in Tyachev district, and also illegal cutting. Also just contamination, pollution of the air. So if we focus on what's the main cases, the main criminal cases, so we speak about illegal logging, so violation of nature protection, and violation of documents. When we speak about violations with documents, it's 0.0%. I would like to support my colleague Sergei Manzi that during martial law, certainly it affects the human rights, but simplifying some legislation process during martial law, it does make sense. So during the summit, reconstruction of Ukraine in Washington, I was present there. So it showed that foreign investors are keen to invest in energy sector of Ukraine because it's critical issue for Ukraine. I am from Zaporizhia, and my colleagues from Kiev would confirm that we have blackouts in Zaporizhia, and these outages were just like in 2023. So I'm happy you do not experience in Transcarpathian region. You do not experience such issues. Speaking about environmental impact assessment, I remember the cases when in my district, election district, Energodar in Zaporizhia region, there was energy sector, and the idea was just to build energy sector to use excessive energy from nuclear power station, and we didn't talk at all about environmental impact assessment. There were some activists who were not interested in that project, but the deputy from the parliament, from the opposition party, so received this assessment for dump site, which is located between school and kindergarten. So we speak about different permits, other documents. What I'm talking about, there should be some reasonable steps, just steps also from the parliament to change Ukrainian legislation when we speak about different permits during the martial law, during the times of war. For instance, when we speak about ballistic missiles attack, so when we shoot these missile attacks, does it affect our environment? Certainly it does, but we cannot prevent, we cannot ban shooting down missiles, ballistic missiles. So I'm speaking about a balanced approach. So I have heard that there were some conclusions that windmills would be the subject of target for military UAVs. So in some areas, in some residential areas in Zaporizhia, some residential areas already are protected by anti-drone nets. So there are some fears from the local citizens, and they are not grounded, these fears, so they do not face everyday attacks or aerial bombs. So sometimes citizens do not understand the risk, but they can manipulate with different with this evidence. So I am not supporting the anarchy or no control at the construction of such facilities, but I support that we must have a special legislation during wartime. Thank you. One more minute. So I was pleased to see so my citizens from occupied areas from Zaporizhia region, in Transcarpathian region, in Uzhhorod, Mukachevo, Perechin, and they told me, these IDPs told me that they received a second chance to renew their life, which looked like lost. Also, my house is also occupied, for instance, and I was shocked. So here, these IDPs from Zaporizhia region received jobs, received educational opportunities for children, and integration opportunities, and with support of such investment companies. So thank you very much. Thank you, Yulia. Also, we have 4 speeches in this part. So I suggest that the head of Uzhhorod community would give his presentation in the second part of the day. Now, for instance, I would like just to give the floor. I think it's still online. We have representative of National Energy Department of Ukraine, so not present. So if not, so therefore the floor is given Yuri Shpontak. Oh, yeah, we have our online speaker. Good afternoon. We understand you have other business to do. But you have 5 minutes. So I would like just to share my point of view of dispatcher of energy supplier. According to statistics, in 2024, the consumption of energy in Transcarpathian region was 2,700,000 kilowatt hours. It's 2% of all consumption all over Ukraine. And generation of the energy in the Transcarpathian region last year was 678 million of kilowatt hours. So 2 billion, sorry, it was my mistake, 2 million kilowatt hours. It's about 0.7% of the generation of energy in Ukraine. So it's one third of the consumpted energy in Transcarpathian region. So means 2/3 of energy are supplied from external sources by our energy operator. In summertime, in summer the consumption is 300 megawatts, in winter 450 megawatts. The main sources of generation is Mukachevo electrical substations and also in Volovets and Hust electrical substations. But this Hust substation also linked to Mukachevo substation. So this system of energy supply is a bit complicated. in case of external intervention, if we lose, for instance, Mukachevo substation, it would not be possible to provide all electricity to citizens in Transcarpathian region. It will not be possible. Therefore, it's very important to have or to construct new sources of energy on the territory of Transcarpathian region to secure supply of energy to citizens. When we speak about structure of the equipment, by October, when we speak of as of October 2025, so the capacity is about 500 megawatt, and 400 megawatt is capacity of solar stations, 49 megawatts are windmills. In addition, today it's very positive direction. So we have 17.8 megawatt of stored energy and 41 megawatt of high maneuvering generation, gas energy facilities. And also we speak about small hydroelectro stations. From these statistics, it's evident that 90% of all the capacity consists of this regenerated energy. There is a biased approach towards the use of solar panels, batteries, solar stations, because the capacity of solar stations is about 70% of all the capacity. As the operator of this energy supply in Ukraine, so we are responsible for, we are developing the report of all the capacities to predict the demand of this electrical energy and to have a reserve of energy. So we have such prognosis. We have such prognosis for 10 years. We have special methodology. We have some mathematical models. We take into account strategic documents, strategic national plan for climate change, strategy of distribution of electrical generation, and strategic development of Ukraine until the period of 2050. So, so when speaking about capacities of energy, we also pay attention to reserves of this energy to be able just to balance the energy. As a result of our work,
Впровадження нової генерації для забезпечення надійності роботи енергосистеми має містити
So for us, for energy system to be safe, we speak about 35% of electricity produced by windmills and about 50% of electricity produced by solar stations. Also, parallelly with introducing these alternative sources, we must introduce also special facilities to store the energy, to cover the peaks of loads of consumption of energy. Also, we see that today we have a considerable. We see that that in Transcarpathian region, we as a dispatcher, we can see that we are interested to quicken the construction of windmills, of windmill generation facilities, but also I would like just to stress that the construction per se, construction of windmills per se, it does not solve in full capacity the supply of energy, electricity to all consumers, because according our statistics results, for us, because we understood that 25% we should have a special energy in store in addition. So if we speak not about 100% of regeneration, but we speak about 125%. Therefore, we are interested just that new regeneration source of energy are built, but certainly, but also we speak not about construction of generation of energy, but also facilities to store and to supply this energy, and high mobile other facilities.
Thank you, Sergey. Yes, one point I wanted to mention, just wanted to emphasize that implementation of new sources of energy generation should go in parallel with development of electric grids in order to integrate them into the united energy system. Okay, so yeah, that sounds like a question whether we have that parallel development of electricity grid or a power grid. But it's one thing. But the second thing here is that I think, again, here we have to understand very clearly that environmentalists, civil society, public and businesses, politicians including throughout the whole range, we all have this understanding that we need to develop wind energy. The only difference in the approaches is that some of us want to develop it regardless, and some insist that norms, rules, laws, procedures, and legal obligations and international obligations have to be observed. So this is the whole bottom line of our discussion. And I'm convinced that here in the Transcarpathian region, we can find other territories and areas where you can construct windmills without such heated discussions, because these are that element of environmental legislation was not observed. But now I would like to give floor to Yuri Shpontek, Director of the Department of Ecology and Natural Resources of the Transcarpathian Regional State Administration. Yuri, please add something that's not has been said, because we have two more speakers and then we'll have a break. Thank you, Ivana. I'll try to be very brief, highlighting some points that maybe were mentioned but not explored. Following provisions of Article 11 on urban development, our administration adopted a regulation on approving the development scheme for the Transcarpathian region, approved by Dnipro Institute and by the ministry. And use of alternative sources of energy was identified as a perspective for development of our regions, and the areas suitable for construction of windmills were identified on Yavornik, Menchun, and Himba, with average wind speed from 5 to 7.5 meters per second, and also in lowlands in Uzhhorod, Berehove, and other districts. And during the year, the average wind speed in those areas is above 4 meters per second. And then Polonina Runa was also identified as a prospective area, and this scheme does not run contrary to the strategy of development adopted by the regional council. Turia Rinkivska Village Council also adopted a decision in 2022, number 25, giving consent to development of detailed plan of the territories in Polonina, Runa, also endorsing construction of wind energy generation objects. And detailed plan was approved in due time. In 2024, the developer initiated the process of environmental impact assessment from the with the Ministry of Environment, and they reorganized the Ministry of Environment. Then there was a complaint filed with the Administrative Court of Zakarpattia region, initiated by an environmental civil society organization, asking the court to cancel the decision of the respective village council on construction of windmills in Polonina. Then the Ministry of Environment stopped the process of examination of the documents submitted to it for rendering an environmental impact assessment until the pending court decision is made, as initiated by the international charity organization. Then the State Inspectorate on Architecture and Urban Development of Ukraine, DIAM, registered beginning of construction works in Polonina Runa, and in 2025, DIAM made a decision to grant a decision on civil society complaint, rejecting the complaint against the beginning of construction. Then the Transcarpathian Administrative Court rejected a complaint submitted by a civil society organization, and now the Court of Appeal is examining the case, and the materials are being developed on amending the regional planning scheme. A Ukrainian Research Institute, Dnipromisto, is now developing materials to be submitted to the public for public hearing in the ecosystem platform, and we are waiting for the final decision on the case. Yuri, do you have any timelines? Tentatively, the early next year, as far as I know, 2026. Thank you. Colleagues, now you mentioned the organization called Environment and Human Rights. I would like to give floor to representative of this organization, Katerina, or? Yes, I will start 3 minutes and then Katerina will continue. My name is Olga and I am a lawyer. I submitted a complaint to court together with my colleague who is present here today, and Natalia Mastrenko, present online, was also involved in us submitting a complaint against the village council decision on approval of the territory development. We are very short of time. I will not go into details, but one of the aspects is that our opponents refer to legislative gaps all times. Legislative gaps exist probably in their imagination only, because all the lawyers and everybody who is involved in interpretation of legislation. We have a law on urban development regulation, and Article 241 regulates impact assessment, C1 and C2, specifying which permits they have to obtain before starting construction. And in this case, Article 32 specifies very clearly that C1 class may not include objects that require environmental impact assessment, and windmills are subject to the environmental impact assessment process. There is a clear note in the law saying that windmills with a positive impact assessment can receive permit belonging to C2 class. So in this case, the windmill did not receive any impact assessment conclusion, so that object is not subject to CC2 procedures, so they need to require permit for construction in Polonina Runa, because DIAM had to receive impact assessment before granting permit, so there is no gap, and we have the situation when construction happens without environmental impact assessment conclusion, and construction is happening without any permit for construction, because for this type of activities does require permit. And talking about foundation being a separate object from the windmill is not honest, because we have conclusions of independent construction institutions saying that foundation is the part of a windmill. So construction of foundations without assessment is not allowed. And then impact assessment is necessary not in order to prohibit any type of construction, although it is not in line with Ukrainian legislation. So impact assessment is necessary to see alternative areas and to compare them. Yes, for instance, for Polonina Runa, an alternative place can be suggested, or different height of the turbine can be suggested. So some changes can be offered to minimize impact on environment. So impact assessment is not designed to prohibit, but it is designed to mitigate all the risks and impact on the environment. You saw with your own eyes yesterday that it does have impact on the environment. So we were deprived of the possibility to look at alternatives. Another important point of this discussion here is when we look at the foundations, we should know that there are the State Environmental Inspectorate and Architectural Inspectorate that were supposed to take the steps to ensure state oversight of the construction process. Unfortunately, we have the moratorium now, and we were not able to make representatives of those inspectorates to visit these places to control the situation, because we have this moratorium on business checks, and they refuse to grant requests from civil society. We submitted a request to DIAM in April when the flowers blooming season started. So, and they only came to check the construction site in July. So this Forests of Ukraine company, they came in July in response to the request we submitted back in April. So what are we talking about when we refer to the timelines? And the Environmental Inspectorate also decided there was no need for impact assessment, and they did not mention the respective violation in their statement. And then we are dealing with violations with violation of provisions of the Berne Convention, international legislation. We read Ukraine ratified the convention a decade ago, and according to that convention, not only Emerald Network territories should be protected. Article 4 and 5 of the convention is about protection of habitats of animal and flower species. Polonina Rivna today is not identified as part of the Emerald Network, but it's also habitat that was documented a long time ago. They have a bird preservation species area, but unfortunately nobody speaks about that, and I think that the Secretariat of the Berne Convention and other agencies will pay attention to the fact that Ukraine unfortunately did not carry out assessments. So some habitats were destroyed, and we have foundations already constructed on Polonena, so it's a little bit too late for any impact assessment activities.
Thank you. Katerina, please briefly add. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I would like to start my report with geographical aspect. So if you look at the map, so most of 56% of lands of Ukraine are agricultural lands. So we have just big influence of agriculture, and we speak natural lands are already destroyed. Also, we speak about war impact against these lands. We are ecologists. We conduct field studies in Zaporizhia region, in Kherson region. All these lands were targeted by UAVs, drones, and missile attacks. Today, we shall focus on destruction of the lands by our companies. So if we can enlarge the map, we will see that natural reserves are already destroyed. Ukrainian Carpathians are only 4% of Ukrainian territory. And when we speak about highlands, the highlands are only 10% of all Ukrainian Carpathian lands. So we speak about unique areas, the highland areas. So we speak of after glacial systems. We do not understand why you are so quick. Because ecosystems were formed during thousands of years, and we can destroy them in 1 year. So windmills park of Ukraine, why there are no competitions? Why are you so in a hurry just to destroy all this land without proper ecological environmental impact assessment? We do not speak about Polonina Runa, but we speak about Polonina Hostra, Pikuy Mountain, Polonina Borzava. Now there is a direct threat to Polonina Svidovets. All these ecosystems are very difficult to restore. In fact, it's not possible to do it at once. So therefore, there are a lot of manipulations that Polonina Runa, yes, that it was there was anthropogenic impact on that. Yes, certainly from the Soviet Union, yes, it's true. From the Soviet Union time, yes, the human activity was present there, and it takes 1% of the area. We are told that 1% only of Polonina Runa will be used for windmills, but can we believe that? Perhaps there will be just more percentage used for windmills. Also, we speak about access roads. Also, we speak about electricity lines. So everything. So we speak about big area which will be destroyed. Here we speak about violations of international norms, international law. In EU, there are clear norms that no windmills will be built near the primeval forests. No windmills will be built near natural reserves. For instance, we speak about primeval forests, about quasi-primeval forests around Polonina Runa. So these are habitats for special species of animals. So also it's around Polonina Runa there are natural reserve lands. But we speak not only about lands around, but also we speak itself, Polonina Runa, its terrain, which is we speak about the soil layer is destructed there. So it's irreversible process. Will not be able just to restore this. We cannot just put on the top new layer of soil. So even if we made a mistake, so these ecosystems were formed during 1,000 years. Ukrainian Carpathians are 1 million years, and the consequences would be just landslides, and basically these landslides could damage villages as a result of this activity. So we can see different risks of landslides. So because of the heavy machinery is working there, so the landscape is ruined. So we do not speak even about microclimate. So green energy should not be that. Green energy is to preserve the nature, to preserve the environment, not to destroy the nature. So we see how much machinery is used at the Polonina Runa. And just to restore the primeval forest, we need 100, 200 years to regenerate such trees, so to restore these beech tree species. So they need 100 years. So our generation will not be able to see these beaches again. So this access road, just we walked through that road from Polonina Runa to Polonina Hostra. So it's a cut through a road, and unfortunately we will not be able just to restore this forest. And if there is solid surface would be put on that road, so natural ecosystem would be affected, and we will not speak at all about any tourism activities. It will be additional load to the area. And when speaking about ecological tourism, because I'm a member of Alpinist Society, I would say you that no tourist, no alpinist would enjoy the territory anymore. According to European recommendations, we should implement European norms. So if to use correct methodologies, strategic assessment, so we will be able just to eliminate such damage. Also, European recommendations say that we need to create special sensitivity maps where it is possible to construct, to build, where it's not possible to build. And these maps, that sensitivity maps, are being created. So we're also doing that. So when we speak about Emerald Network has been approved by Council of Europe. So we are violating here not only Ukrainian legislation, but also European legislation. And this Emerald Network has been approved or have been adopted in 2016. And all maps, all these areas, they were adopted. And Polonina Runa is a candidate to become a part of this Emerald Network. So we are, so basically it's not in the Emerald Network, but it's already ruined. So if we followed all these assessments, let's speak about Svidovets. It's a glacier landscape, but also already a tower has been built there. So, but it was very fortunate that this tower collapsed because it was built against any legislation of Ukraine. So when we visited the place where the tower was built, we saw the area of red book species, plants. So, and suddenly it was announced that it will be just the minimal impact on grounds, on flora, on fauna. It's a question to Uzhhorod community, but now because we see that the landscape is ruined, also it's administrative responsibility to destroy flora and fauna of Ukraine. Unfortunately, people are not taken to responsibility. So I think we must implement moratorium for construction sites, such construction sites for hydroelectrostations in Ukrainian Carpathians, because we do not have the right to ruin our Ukrainian heritage, our cultural, our natural heritage of Ukraine. We must preserve it, and we must do everything to preserve this natural heritage. Thank you very much, Katerina. Oksana Sienkiewicz-Волосенчук, activist Ecosphere NGO. I have a presentation.
Thank you. And I'm very grateful to all the previous speakers. So I'm going to refer to their points, because today I am going to talk about conflict. A conflict between wind energy generation and nature. Why do we have a conflict? Somewhere where it can be avoided. And the conflict emerged not only because of the violations of the effective legislation, but also it's a result of a bad decision on the places where wind energy generation objects are constructed. Mr. Yeremenko was saying that when they were selecting places for windmill constructions, they were only looking at the energy capacity and consent from communities. Unfortunately, environmental criterion was not taken into consideration, but nature is important. And why? Let us recall why we started the whole energy transition process. The goal of the energy transition process was to ensure climate neutrality level of Europe, and Ukraine is part of their plan. We share the goals and we are striving to achieve energy neutrality, climate neutrality. And energy development is only one side of the medal. The second side is preservation of ecosystem. And the goal for Europe is also to achieve the level of 30% of territories, the ground, with the status of nature conservation territories, as well as 30% of maritime territories with the protection status. Natural ecosystems will enable us to achieve this climate neutrality level, because these are the only components that can absorb carbon gas. We are here in this hall breathing and emitting CO2, and absorption of CO2 is the task for natural ecosystems. So they are an integral part of our plan aimed at achieving climate neutrality. Today, I was surprised in a very unpleasant way when I heard our officials saying we all have all those requirements that prevent our development. The level of restriction in Europe is 30%. For Ukraine, this level is 7% of the territories, of protected territories. How are you prevented in any way from development? The 30% is very, very far away. So the Emerald Network territories are our backup in order to be able to achieve the 30% level in the future. And we are destroying those territories today. Next slide, please. So where can we locate wind energy generation objects? We heard today that we are not talking about not 1.5, but about 1.7 gigawatts. And those people selected the most valuable parts, highlands in the Carpathian Mountains, the territories that account for less than 1% of the territory of the country, with no counterparts, the subalpine and alpine ecosystem and landscapes, which have unique value. If we destroy them now, there is no way to restore them. So this is our national heritage, our national wealth. Why have you selected those territories? This is an open question. This is how these ecosystems look. This beauty, you suggest that it should be replaced with industrial platforms? These mountains do not deserve to be turned into industrial platforms. My colleagues were talking about the Emerald Network already. Again, yesterday we had a discussion whether we have the Emerald Network or we don't have the Emerald Network. At present in Ukraine we have 377 objects with the status recognized at the international level. You can open the site of the European Commission and look at the map with the Emerald Network there. It's a very weird state position saying that we do not need them. Another question or aspect I would like to mention is whether Europe or any European country has windmills in Nature 2000 objects. Yes. At some point in time, hundreds of power stations were constructed in Nature 2000 objects in Europe. Now, studies have been conducted on 640 turbines in turf territories in Great Britain and in continental Europe. The conclusions of research are very sad. Turf areas play a very important role in climate preservation. After wind power stations were constructed there, biodiversity decreased, and not only those areas do not perform their climate functions anymore to the full extent because of the change of the hydrological regime. So we should not repeat mistakes of our European colleagues. They went through the whole way and they made the conclusions. We should not go the same path. There's windmills were also constructed in the mountains in Nature 2000 objects. I'm talking about Spanish mountains, Sistrals. Landscapes were cut by the roads, and then invasive species ousted out the aboriginal species for protection of which Nature 2000 was created. And Polonina Runa will also be destroyed and segmented by roads and construction activities. And those ecosystems that existed there will be other ecosystems replacing them, and invasive species will also come because the violated ecosystems create corridors for invasive species coming higher and higher in the mountains. If we want to preserve our alpine and subalpine ecosystems, such activities should be prohibited there, because breach of an ecosystem creates corridors for penetration of invasive species. We create the problem and then we will start fighting it. And my colleagues already mentioned that researchers do not recommend construction of windmills close to forests and virgin forests because there are a lot of rare species live there, and we are not talking about direct elimination of some species. We are talking rather about birds and bats avoiding the territory with windmills. And again, the ecosystems will be changed because food chains will be broken. Bats eat insects, so they control the population of insects, and if bats start avoiding the territory, the population of insects will increase. Similarly, predators, birds of prey, control the population of rodents and smaller birds. If birds of prey avoid these territories, the ecosystem will change, and it's difficult to forecast, to assess the way in which the ecosystems will be changing. These aspects were not analyzed in the impact assessment, and that's clear because the assessment lasted for 1 year only. For us to get answers to deeper questions, research of many years will be needed. So we are now talking about whether there is a need to implement such complicated projects in valuable territories. In-depth research requires a lot of money and time. Just avoid these territories and construct windmills in the territories that have no natural value, and risks can be avoided in an easier way. So this is the situation in Polonina Runa, and I wanted to speak about that. Polonina Runa is not 1% only, but my colleague already mentioned that, so I will not take your time any longer. So what's the way forward? Because we need energy, we have Euro integration obligations, and for development of the use of renewable energy sources, and for nature conservation. So we have to stick to the European standards and trends that were launched in Europe because they have the same goal to answer the question, what's the way forward? And where renewable energy sources, objects can be constructed. So we have the Repower UA plan, which envisages accelerated development of the objects for energy generation from renewable sources. And Ukraine implements a project according to which the zones should be identified for accelerated development of wind power stations. There are 5 frontier regions that were selected: Lviv, Zakarpattia, and Chernivtsi, and Vinnytsia. And criteria, and Ivano-Frankivsk. Criteria were developed for assessment, not only wind power capacity, but also environmental criteria were developed to identify the zones for accelerated development of wind power generation, when assessment can be carried out according to a simplified procedure, that everything that business wants, that can be done, yes, but in the territories that are not valuable from a natural point of view. So just identify the zones, the areas, and you are welcome to develop the energy power generation and other power generation capacities. But again, we are running in front of the train. We construct in the highlands, and then we will fight the consequences. And it's not possible to fight the consequences. Let's stop let's identify the areas where wind power generation can be accelerated, and then we proceed. And in this way, we will avoid the conflicts. There will be no complaints, no paid campaigns, and dirty campaigns will be paid, and there we will avoid all court trials. So we would like everything to be done in a civilized way. And alternatives, yes, we hear that wind can be found only in the mountains. In Transcarpathian region, 4 gigawatts is the wind energy potential. The researchers from Sydney Technological University created a map, and they excluded the territories with natural values. So protected territories are not included, emerald network territories are not included, and then difficult terrain territories, mountainous areas are excluded. Out of those territories, there are 4 gigawatt capacity outside the territory. So why did you decide to destroy the nature? So then let's do it in a proper way, and everybody will be happy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Yeah, the Transcarpathian region is the last one in Ukraine as far as wind potential is concerned, but still it's possible to get 4 gigawatts to be generated in Transcarpathian region, and we speak about territories which are not nature protected. So all other questions after the break. I'll give 3 minutes to head of state inspection for architecture and urban planning. So how it is possible that foundation of the mill is separated from the windmill itself, why it is so. Also, I'll give the floor to State Ecological Inspectorate, also 3 minutes. After that, we shall be able just to discuss these issues during the interval. Alexander Novetsky, Head of State Inspection for Architecture and Urban Planning. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for preparing this background for my speech. I don't think you will like it. I'm here just to represent my state agency and to show that we are doing to show that all our efforts that state inspection is implementing. So my task is to explain the logics behind our actions. A lot has been mentioned, a lot of controversial issues. I will tell you what I agree with. So I would tell you that I don't see any gaps in the legislation. So legislation is clear, defined by legislation norms and resolutions of cabinets of ministers. So it's important to remind all so that our agency is a central agency, executive power, which implements the state policy in state inspection and which issues different permits for the construction. Also, there is other state agency which formulate the policy. And the other agency, so it's Ministry of Development. This agency, this ministry is responsible for designing the policy. It's important to understand that we are implementing, we are realizing the legislation, how we understand this. So if there are some problematic issues, certainly we consult with the Ministry of Development. So we have been the state agency which has been working since 2021, has been very effective in our work. We are confident in our work. What we should do more, we should we should get deeper that so there is now we go to definitions. So we speak about what is object of construction. There are different definitions in our legislations about object of construction. What is object of construction? From our side, it is defined from the construction process as volume of works and resolutions which are planned, which are in the plan. It could be just any building, it can be a building, it can be a part of a building. If there is budget for it, and if it is in line with the legislation. So currently I have not found, and we have looked through our agency, I have not found that it's not forbidden to divide that construction into two parts. Nobody would ban you. Nobody would ban you. For instance, if you plan just to build a private building, so at first you would like just to build the foundation, and you will receive the permit to build only foundation of a private building. So there are no limitations. So you'll receive a permit. Certainly, it's from logistical point of view, maybe it's absurd, but we must somehow differentiate this logics and the question why the company, the contractor company, why they decided just to divide the building into two parts, into the foundation of windmill and the windmill. So perhaps we can find some logic. So for instance, the company has found an easy way to start with foundation, but nobody, according to our legislation, there are no bans for the construction company to build only foundation of windmill, and then only then to proceed with the rest of windmill. So let's widen the frameworks of our discussion, because our agency is not responsible for the whole construction sites in the country. There are a lot of stakeholders, and it starts from the land plot, not from our agency. So first we speak about land plot, what the aim of land plot, what the status of land plot. So the land plot should have their own objective, their own function. So we should start with the land plot, not with the permit. The permit is the final step. And so we speak about land agency. So the land agency decides on land plots. Then we speak about a local community. The local community also issues a permit to rent this land plot for a business company. So therefore, we should start also with local community. It's one more step. We speak about some rental agreement, and in this rental agreement between local community and company, in this local agreement, there are provisions for all responsibilities and rights. Also, the next step is architecture. Urban architecture department, because our state inspection for architecture and urban planning, we are responsible only for checking for inspections. But this architecture department is responsible to check all the documents for urban planning. So there are a lot of requirements how this territory, how a territory can be developed. We speak about general plan of the territories. So according to the law of Ukraine, unfortunately, sometimes these papers, there are some misuse of such permits. So I want to focus again, to state again that our agency, State Inspection for Architecture and Urban Planning, we are not authorized. We are not authorized for planning of this urban development. Also, there are architects, there is architect who must see the compliance of the architectural urban planning with the actual plan. So, for instance, here we speak about the urban planning of the foundation, for foundation of the windmill, not for the windmill itself. So we do not substitute responsibilities of other state agencies. So we are not a player just to refute some decisions. So it's only court which can take some decision. So for instance, an architect took his decision and the architect agreed that this foundation for the windmill can be built. So our agency, we do not influence where this, we do not influence the location itself, the location for the construction site. So we are not doing that. So we are only just state inspection. So we look if there are some limitations for urban planning, when they are issued, what the status of this land, what are limitations for the construction site, the height, for instance, of a building, other parameters. So that's what we are taking into consideration. We do not take anything in doubt. We take all the documents already issued into our consideration. So we see that land plot was allocated. We see that there is agreement from the architect. We see that also there are some project plan. Also, there are risk assessment. Also, it was mentioned already, there is special article. We spoke about SS1 category of objects. So, when we speak about SS1 object, in that case, right, we should have this environmental impact assessment. But in fact, this environmental assessment needed only when we built the second part of the building. We have issued declaration. We already have the positive results of this environmental impact assessment. It's very important. We have issued the declaration. We have registered. And some windmills already we have completed. So basically, some windmills are not already objects of construction. There are already objects of the property, and only court can overturn this decision. So suddenly we understand the importance of windmill for the state. But we are not playing a political game. We are in line with legislation. We are doing in line with legislation. We are doing how we understand this, and the foundation of windmill does not require this environmental assessment. Therefore, we cannot interpret it other way. So we do not violate our competences. Therefore, so we issued that decision. We were reassessing our issues, reviewing our issues, but still, we are sure, we are confident that our resolution, our decision was correct. Perhaps you don't like it. If you don't like this decision, perhaps you can refer to law enforcement agencies or to court and with complaint against our agency. But our agency, according to our Ukrainian legislation, did not find any violations for the construction of the foundation of windmill. So we are ready to stand for our position. Thank you. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Alexander, do you understand that by your decision you open a Pandora box for future violations, large-scale violations? You've opened the Pandora box for future violations. There's a possibility to divide construction of a foundation. Yeah, potential. I'm not talking about this case in general. So foundations will be constructed in protected areas separately from the rest of construction. Okay, sorry. Yeah, don't. No, I didn't say anything. So you are like it looks like that you're as an independent body. So we do not interrupt you. You do not interrupt us. Yes. Yeah. So your self-confidence is, I'm sure, does not suit you. Yeah? We ask questions, you answer them, okay? So please tell me what will happen if this construction, I don't think that this will happen, but it's possible. But if there is a negative impact assessment conclusion, so what would be your next steps in such situation? Can I speak? Thank you. Yeah, lose your irony, please. Yes, you can always answer after an MP finished asking questions. Okay, Alexander? So I already said that we had similar cases when positive impact assessment conclusions were provided and construction continued with windmills. In all other cases, when we have no conclusions, when no requests were submitted for us, for our conclusions, it's very difficult. I don't think we should speculate what would happen in this case. So we have a foundation that was constructed with all due procedures in place. So we had that situation. It was constructed properly and then it was registered properly. Again, it's not a question to me whether it's regulated by legislation or not. So who will be the litigant, who will initiate disassembly process? Maybe the developer will initiate the process. There are the endless number of options and scenarios in this case. I cannot model the situation because their number is unlimited. Olena and Yulia then, yeah. So I see that you are having good time and laughing at us here now. So this is the legislative gap that we need to eliminate, yeah, because we enabled the separation of two parts. No. They have legislation and they adhere to the legislation but we need to do our part of work, yeah, to exclude that procedure, that provision according to which they were able to divide the object into different parts, yeah? That's why I asked my first question. Is it possible to dig a hole in the land and just construct the windmill without a foundation, yeah? They cannot be separated. They're inseparable, so legislation should not give them that possibility. Yeah, I understand your position. No, I just wanted to add, Elena, it is important to mention that we do not agree that urban development legislation is perfect. I agree with Ivana. It's not perfect. So we need to think about amendments and about improvement. And from our side, we are ready to participate and help you. Yes, so we can discuss it, yes. But again, you never initiated such amendments. You never addressed the ministry saying that there is a gap that can lead to potential problems. Yeah, so I understand you will never initiate that process, yeah? Okay, Yulia, and then Ovchinnika, Yulia, Jacek after her. Yes, so if we have documents that demonstrate that the foundation for the nuclear power station is a separate construction option, will you approve them? No, I'm not going to answer any hypothetical questions. Why? Because every object is examined separately within the framework of every individual project. So an individual package of documents is submitted. So we cannot give you an answer to a hypothetical question. I need to see the whole package of documents in order to be able to answer your question. Okay, so we would receive this similar conclusion, yeah. Yulia? Just a clarifying question. So if I understand you correctly, in 2020, we allowed to register foundations as an incomplete construction that can be owned at a later stage. So for you, the foundation and the general construction are two different parts. And if negative impact assessment is provided, then this foundation can be used to construct something else? No, not exactly. We're not talking about incomplete construction object. We do not have this category in this case. We are talking about an ultimate final object that means all the requirements specified in the general project. So we're not talking about building a public toilet there. No, they will not be able to construct a public toilet there. So we have a purpose of the land plot that was allocated for construction and operation and maintenance of energy generating objects. So any permit, any documents that will be submitted to us for this land plot or a similar land plot with the same purpose will be assessed through the lenses of the purpose of the land plot. But if you assure us that no, I never said that you cannot change the purpose. So I understand that, yeah, no, we can't change the purpose. So in Zaporizhzhia, in the park, there was a company that won the tender for construction of a public toilet, and instead of a public toilet, they constructed a 5-story building, private hospital building somewhere in the park, and they were able to commission it as a reconstruction, as a reconstructed public toilet. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, your picture that you're showing is about nothing for me. EUAM is an agency that was created in 2000. In the 30th year of Ukraine's independence. Before that, we had a different inspectorate that worked with different rules, and we have other urban development agencies in local administrations with delegated powers in Zaporizhzhia as well. They adopt their decisions regardless of what EUAM thinks. We cannot influence them. We cannot tell them So sometimes we provide assessment as part of our oversight function, but we have to study the whole project, which agency endorsed it, and so on and so forth. And so why are you asking Diam about that? So I'm ready to respond to any questions that's related to DiAM activities, but not all questions are related to our activities. Yeah, let us study, because now I think that regional military administrations, various regulatory agencies now do that, like public toilets, reconstructed into private hospitals. Yeah, you have to submit official requests, and then we will analyze them. Well, I think you will receive a lot of requests after this meeting. Thank you very much for presenting your positions. But every time when you grant permit to construct foundation as a separate construction in a land plot, on a land plot assigned for energy generating purposes, I think you know very clearly that you give permission to construct foundation not for a private house. You know what this foundation is aimed for, and you know that you have to take into account all the interests of investors, and it's your task to avoid such discussions at a later stage that apparently makes a lot of people indignant with your actions. We invited representatives of the Ministry of Development of the territories. We received a letter from a deputy minister, Kozlovska, who said that the Ministry of Development plays no role in the discussions of the topics that we are talking about today. And I think it is a response that we have to bear in mind. We are going to address the Ministry of Development again. So I'm not asking you to comment because we're talking about the ministry. So we will also address the Ministry of Development of Territories for their comment, maybe their actions given the potentially risky nature of that foundation. So they are the people who are responsible for implementing the policy developed by the Ministry of Development. Okay, colleagues, 15 minutes break now. At 2 p.m. sharp, please be back. At 3 p.m. we have to finish this meeting. So please, at 2 p.m. sharp, be back for continuation of our meeting.
hall. Вона є.
Колеги, будемо продовжувати
So we shall continue our meeting.
Насправді, як тільки долучиться пан Олег Бондаренко,
We are waiting for Oleg Bondarenko to join us. As soon as he joins us, I'll pass the function of moderator to him.
І зараз ми з вами переходимо
So
до проблем дотримання міжнародного
we'll be discuss the other topic of our conversation. So we shall speak about investment projects in Transcarpathian regions and cooperation with local communities. We understand that local communities are experiencing some centralization of costs after decentralization process, because some costs from the local communities are taken to the central budget. So a lot of local communities experience such issues that although there are some natural protected territories on the territory of the community, unfortunately they cannot, the costs are not allocated to the budget of the communities. So therefore we understand that local communities are interested. So we speak, for instance, the 3% of the energy would be delivered to the local community in case of our contractor. So therefore, certainly local communities would be interested to get this income. But still, there are some issues which cannot be decided on the level of community. There are some things which require national vision. So we see about, for instance, maps where we can conduct some economic activity, we cannot conduct activity. So there are additional complex discussions on the level of the parliament. So Oleg joined us, so I promised you would take over the function of the moderator. So for me it's a big honor to moderate. Thank you and your moderation. We have covered the most part of the meeting and the most difficult part of the meeting. Nevertheless, let's continue. I hope we shall be brief, we shall be quick, we shall talk on topic, and we hope to finish by 3 o'clock. We shall have also some events with press. So I suggest we should keep to time limit, let's say 3 minutes, and let's start this our panel discussion. As it was mentioned already, issues of cooperation with the local communities, alignment with nature protection legislation are very important questions in the period of decentralization in the country, and through the prism of requirements for accession to EU, Also, we hear about empowerment of local communities. So such issues are very important today. So the role of the state is that the state should form a clear state policy to integrate all these elements. So and such events, I hope they would encourage this cooperation. I hope it's not the last of a meeting, not in Transcarpathian region, but in other regions of Ukraine. So we'll conduct such events in other places, and we shall speak about cooperation. So therefore, it's natural. So I'm going to give the floor to representatives of local communities. We invited two representatives of local communities. We invited the head of Uzhhorod community and head of Nizhny Vorota local community, whom we met yesterday at Nizhny Vorota site. Good afternoon, dear all. Big honor for me to be here. I am the head of Uzhhorod Village Council since 2010 until now. Uzhhorod community is about 7,000 citizens, 64,000 square kilometers of the area. Unfortunately, before there were two state forestries, but after restructurization of state forestry agency, currently we do not have state agency enterprises on our territories. Because due to the activities of the state forestry enterprises, we were receiving good income to the budget of our community. Now we don't have such income. Since 2010 to 2011, we have 3 mini hydroelectric stations on the territory of our community. So also we would like certainly to promote tourism. We would like to promote sheep grazing, because we have special pastures on Svedovat slopes. So we have only slopes. We have only mountains and mountain resources we can use. So also we are interested in windmill energy. So we want Uzhhorod to be a leading territory for windmill energy. So I'm interested. I'm happy to say that we do not have outages. We have just a lot of energy generated by windmills already. My task as the head of this village council to be the manager, to create working places, to support schools, to support kindergartens, and certainly we need finance. We need finance to repair roads. So our village council is located far away from the big cities, and certainly we need a lot of money, a lot of cost to keep the infrastructure. So we have the hospital only 52 kilometers from Mam. So in fact, we would like, if we call the first aid ambulance, it takes 1.5 hours for first aid ambulance to come to us. So we'd like just to quicken this time. So we're working on these questions. So we want to involve investments. We want to receive money from taxes. Everything is transparent. There are public hearings. If the community of the village wants to support a business, some business, so then certainly it gives me a green light. So without violation any legislation, especially ecological legislation, it gives me green light just to sign agreement for such businesses. So yeah, when we speak about windmills, yes. So at first, foundation for the windmill was set up, but lately the mast of this windmill was installed. So everything was fine. At first, just the layer of the soil was cut off, but now we can see that the land was regenerated. So therefore, we want, we are interested to receive financial income from business activities. I can't see any problems if local community agrees, and if we comply with the legislation, everything is fine. If there are some violations, so law enforcement agencies should interfere. So far, this windmills are positive side for me. So I can look at it only through development. Thank you very much. So the floor is given to the head of Nizhny Vorota community. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. I would like just to thank first of all to our armed forces of Ukraine, which are fighting for our Ukraine, and thanks to them it's possible to stay here to have this discussion. I have an impression that today, that a bigger part of us, that we are living in a peaceful state without war, everything is fine with us, and we have 3 years to think about one topic, 5 years to think about other topic. But do we have such time? Do we have such 3 years, 5 years to think about? It looks like like our armed forces receive all possible FPV drones, all possible equipment. So we are looking at the windmills as an issue, as a problem. But as my colleague from Uzhhorod community mentioned, if the community gives green light, if the local community understands that windmills is beneficial for them, that it improves their life, it improves the studying process in the kindergarten, in schools, that improvement of medical care, logistics, infrastructure. For instance, our roads were not repaired for many years. Some villages are without roads since the independence of Ukraine. So our citizens also have a right, according to our constitutions, for all the rights which are provisioned in the constitution. If there is a chance, an opportunity to have investor, so we would like to ask you to take it with understanding, because we are living here, and when we speak about investor, so for instance, a person who lives temporarily here cannot block the decisions of the community. So we are living here, we are living here, and in winter, for instance, there are situations when we are cut off from other villages because of heavy snow and no special equipment to clear the roads. And when we call for first aid ambulance, and the first aid ambulance, it takes too much time. But unfortunately, the ambulance comes very late because of poor conditions of road, or because the roads are not cleared from snow. So therefore, we need these finances for all this infrastructure to keep road in good order.
So our big request for MPs, please, the laws that are necessary for our further development, to necessary for us to join the European Union should not be the result of using a stick, like Europe refusing to give a grant to us. And we live in this state which is at war right now, and we have to adjust very quickly. In the mountains, we know that the enemy is 10 times faster adjusting to the situation. We have to do everything to make lives easier for our soldiers, but at the same time, businesses working locally, surviving locally, please create conditions for them to continue working. We are very grateful to you for prohibiting checks on businesses. Of course, not everything is perfect, but we have to work for the victory of our state. We're not living in peaceful times, and we do not have a lot of time to think about necessary decisions. Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting your position. Thank you for your instructions to us as to which laws we need to adopt. But a prohibition of checks on businesses were introduced by the government. In the part of nature conservation, we insist that checks should be continued, and I think we will come to an agreement with the government in order to introduce the quality standards for such checks on businesses. So this is the topic of our today's discussion, and I would like to invite representatives of the State Environmental Inspectorate for their presentation. I'm sure that the State Environmental Inspectorate analyzed this case as well as other cases when constructions activities were carried out in the Transcarpathian region. We have Dmitro Zaruba online with us. I know that the connection is very poor. Petro, if you can speak to us on Zoom, then you are welcome. If not, I would give the microphone to the head of the State Inspectorate from Transcarpathian region. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. The connection is very bad. Can Orest join us, the head of Transcarpathian Inspectorate? Can he report on your behalf? Yes. Greetings, Orest Tsap, acting head of the Environmental Inspectorate in the Transcarpathian region. From the period of June 2025, we carried out 2 inspections to inquire into activities of wind farms in Turiansky and Polonina Runa. The purpose of our inspections was to check the environmental impact. We prepared the statement on violations and provided our instructions, recommendations, and to bring in the people guilty of violation and contamination of lands. We calculated the amount of damage inflicted by those individuals as a result of the contamination of land resources. We submitted the letters of complaints to respective companies, and they paid the fine to the budget of the territorial community. So that's briefly about our activities. If you have any questions, we are ready to answer them. Yuri? Yeah, you can hear me. Yes, I would like to quote the law of Ukraine on environmental impact assessment. And wind farms and wind power extension with 2 and more turbines with a height of 50 meters and above. So you received the documents, and then you inquired into activities of the companies constructing wind turbines. So the task for your inspectors is to assess impact on the environment. You, as as a representative of the inspectorate, why did you decide that no wind turbine is constructed in Polonina Runa? I was involved as a participant of inspections of two activities of two companies, and we received only documents on construction of foundations, and from the documents it was not clear whether the turbines would be more than 50 meters high. So for us it was granted not to check into availability of an environmental assessment. But there are more than two foundations. So you were not sure as to the height, but the foundations were for more than two turbines, which means that you had to see something suspicious there. No, two turbines or above 50 meters high. Turbines are a component. We only saw the foundations, and for us there was no sign that construction of wind turbines was planned in the territory. We understand your position. Thank you for presenting it. And now I would pass the mic to the head of Zakarpattia Regional Prosecution Office, Yaroslav. That's my first opinion is that we are very sorry that we do not have the general oversight function vested in the prosecution office anymore. I had numerous discussions on this topic, but I think this is the case that demonstrates the need to return the function of general oversight to the prosecution office. So if you don't mind, please tell us how you exercise oversight in criminal proceedings and the legality of the activities in this sphere. And we would like to hear your opinion on this specific case. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving the floor to me, dear MPs, dear representatives of civil society. Nature conservation is especially important for our region, and we know that economic development should occur in strict compliance with Ukrainian legislation. So preventing environmental crimes is a strategic priority in our activities, and we respond to all complaints regardless of who the perpetrator is. Every fact that is a potential hazard for nature is in the focus of attention of our prosecution office, and we pay special attention to construction of wind turbines in the territory of our region and respond to them. Uzhhorod Prosecution Office provides procedural oversight in criminal proceedings with the signs of criminal violation according to Part 1, Article 253, Point 1 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine regarding construction of foundations for wind turbines in Polonina Runa. We carried out a number of investigative steps to check whether construction is in line with the purpose of the allocated land plot, and we also inquire into the legality of construction of foundations without impact assessment conclusion, and the permit was granted by the respective authority based on the full package of documents. The EUAM rendered a conclusion according to which no impact assessment was required for construction of foundation. And I draw your attention to the fact that we can, as a prosecution office, we can act only in accordance with this legislation. So when we have a conclusion from a regulatory authority that it is legal, we cannot do anything to prevent the company from further construction. We also received a complaint from Global Fund of Nature of Ukraine. We initiated criminal proceedings. Investigation is carried out by the State Bureau of Investigations, inquired into the facts of alleged illegal wood logging in the areas where the forest road is constructed. We checked whether the parts where woods were cut whether the status of virgin forest was granted. According to the documents that we received, no status was granted. A status of virgin forest was granted to the respective parts of the forest road. I'm personally responsible for the oversight of all investigative actions. Mukachev District Prosecution Office is now investigating the fact of alleged illegal wood cutting in Zhdeniivska United Territorial Community. There were login tickets issued for wood cutting in the respective territory, and no damage to nature was established based on the results of investigative steps taken by Mukachev Prosecution Office. And engineering environmental expert examination was commissioned, and the prosecutors of Specialized Environmental Prosecution Office saw posts in Facebook on preparation of construction in Borzava Polonina and potential hazard to the natural ecosystem, initiated criminal proceedings on the signs of violation specified in Article 236 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. Inspection was carried out on the land plot where preparatory works were carried out in the respective land plot, and expert analysis was carried out, and conclusion is that the preparatory works were carried out in line with the effective legislative provisions and regulatory documents. I'm personally responsible for exercising oversight in these proceedings, and also would like to emphasize that the State Environmental Inspectorate also carried out inspection in Polonina Runa 1 and Turyansky wind farm and established damage in the amount of 23 and 18,000 hryvnias in respective territories, according to Article 239 of the Criminal Code, reading specifying a punishment for especially grave violations, so the amount of damage is not sufficient to apply provisions of the respective articles. So we protect the interests of the state in the cases when environmental legislation is violated. And there is also a claim submitted to the administrative court submitted by the court by the prosecution, asking to cancel a login ticket for construction of forest roads to Polonina Runa, and the court trial is in progress. The preparatory works were carried out and the regional prosecution established the facts of violation, and a respective claim was submitted to a court against State State Environmental Inspectorate, activities of which resulted in damage to the state in an especially big amount. The ministry also received a request from our prosecution office against a request to grant the virgin forest status to respective land plots, respective parts of the forest. A court trial is in progress in Kiev as well. Another claim was submitted to the Ministry of Environment and the Regional Military Administration. A claim was submitted to Zakarpattian District Court based on the claim of CSO, Environmental Human Rights, asking to cancel approval of the development plan. Administrative court rejected a claim from the prosecution's request for participation of our prosecutor in the court hearing. I'm quoting all these examples to demonstrate that we are involved and ready to continue to respond in accordance accordance with the procedure specified by law.
Thank you for your position. Hope that in future all the activities will be done in the framework of legislation, and the prosecution will protect the interests of the state. Dear colleagues, if there are no questions to the prosecutor, there are questions. 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes. Thank you. 1 minute. Lawyer Maestrenko. Dear prosecutor, did you address appeal court number 8 with complaint to overturn the decision of the first court decision, and in this case, the case number 260/5835 from 2024. Thank you. Yes, we addressed the appeal court, and we were refused. The appeal was refuted. I don't know this case. Can you give some more information on the resolution of the court? Could you give the date of the court's resolution? I don't have such information. Perhaps after this meeting, please address me or my secretariat, and we shall be able just to provide all your answers with all supporting documents. Dear participants, just to inform you that I was participating in that lawsuit process, so I can assure you that the prosecution office did not file appeal on the decision of the first court decision. Thank you for this information. Please send us this information. Send this information to the committees of the parliament, but let's dot the I's. So we are not supervising judiciary body, because a court is independent branch of the power. Certainly, for us to understand the general situation, it is important. Thank you very much for your information, but we will not be able to review the decision of the appeal court or other court. Thank you. It's not about reviewing the decision of the court, but about active participation of the prosecution office to protect interests of the state. Because a right for secure environment is a social interest, and it is the duty of the state, according to the constitution of Ukraine, to protect the rights of citizens. Thank you. Yes, that's true. Thank you very much for your information. A quick question to the prosecutor about illegal logging in the primeval forests. So maybe it's a question to the state forestry agency. What do you do? What actions have you taken not to issue logging tickets? So I would like just to elaborate this, to explain this question. How state forestry agency is conducting joint activities with local communities to provide to answer the needs of the communities, how the conflicts with local communities are resolved between local communities and state forestry agency. How do you communicate with the public? How do you take the interests of the public when taking this or that decisions? Well, certainly it's a permanent cooperation, permanent discussion with the local communities it's on the level of the state forestry agency, especially in autumn-winter period, when there is a need for the populations to get solid fuel, woods, in other words. So basically, we are conducting this work all the time, and I'm just monitoring this work. I'm responsible for this interaction between state agency and communities. We are answering all the questions in relevant terms, all the questions from the communities. So there are no big issues as far as cooperation with local communities is concerned. So there were some issues in the eastern part of Ukraine, but these issues were linked to security issues. When we speak about primeval wood, there is some work done about state project company to create a map, a public map. It will be just open for public, and also this map will be online to see what forests are in the nature protection zone. And until 1st of January, we must accomplish this task. We must finish this work to create this online interactive map. So it will be able just to see what forests belong to the nature protection area and what not. So I hope since 1st of January, this map will be operational and will be accessible online and free. Thank you. And just to wrap up this topic, so I would like just to give the floor to Mr. Kindrativ. Today we have heard a lot about environmental protection topics, but also we have talked about illegal logging. Also, we spoke about Emerald Network areas which belong to the Emerald Network, also about logging, illegal logging in the primeval forest. Please give us a general overview from the Ministry of Economics and Environmental, taking into consideration a wide cycle of economic of activities or responsibility of this ministry. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So I'll try just to give overall overview. So my first topic I would like to share with you is, on the one hand, we are on the same side. We understand the situation in the country. We understand there are problems with the energy sector. Also, we understand there are some violations of ecological environment legislation. Also, on the other hand, today I have an impression that today we are at the court session. So from what I have heard from the prosecution office, from State Inspection for Architecture and Urban Planning, so I have heard that they are doing in accordance with current legislation. So are there any gaps in legislation or not? So we must study it, we must work on it. So together, I guess we must improve our legislation to do it better, and for future to somehow to prevent these challenging issues. So I think so will be some resolutions from the committees, there will be some tasks from the parliamentary committees, but we are on the same side. We need economically potentially powerful state. So let's decide together about the decision what should be done to it. Speaking about this outreach meeting, we are talking already for 2 days as soon as we receive the verdict from the court. So, and judging by the decision of the court, the ministry will work on all these aspects. Thank you. Thank you. There is a question or request to personally control this case with environmental impact assessment after the decision of the court, and to check if this assessment goes together with the legislation. Andrei Krichkov, representative of the ombudsman. Dear participants, good afternoon, dear participants, representatives of different agencies, Parliament. I represent Mr. Lubinets, ombudsman. I'm local ombudsman in Transcarpathian, representative of ombudsman in Transcarpathian region. Certainly, we support the development of alternative sources of energy, but also, on the other hand, certainly we are that all the activities should be compliant with the legislation. So also we, as a representative of ombudsman, we reacted on the case. And also, we know about criminal cases in the court. They were mentioned by the prosecutors. I will not mention them. As far as the pressure on journalists is concerned, also we have appeal to the parliament. There is a letter from the National Police of Ukraine. Also, pre-trial investigation is in progress. And yesterday there was a video. Yesterday, I don't know whether you saw. It was a journalist Mudra. It was video appeal from Mrs. Mudra. So we prepare a letter to the National Police of Ukraine, and also the ombudsman will inform the parliament on this case. So we certainly will continue to monitor the situation. I will be informing the parliament about this.
Thank you, Andriy, and I would like to express my personal gratitude to Mr. Lubinets for his clear position regarding protection of citizens' constitutional right to a free and clean environment. I have numerous conversations with Dmytro Lubinets about this, and we organized several joint events for protection of the right to drinking water and to clean water resources as well. And I think that in this sphere we will also be able to organize joint events to discuss further steps in the realm of protection of citizens' rights. Thank you once again, and now it's a tradition of this event now to give the microphone to civil society. Our committee always listens to representatives of civil society as well as the Euro Integration Committee. So Irina Fedoruk, the head of the civil society organization Golka, the Needle, is invited to present their vision of this situation. Irina, thank you very much for your position. It's not always comfortable for us as MPs as well, but at the same time, we need your position to correct and to adjust our activities. Please, very briefly for your presentation, and we will move on. Thank you very much, and I will start with a mini reflection of the first part of today's event. Yesterday, when we went to the mountains together with the international delegation, MPs, civil society activists, I was thinking about Vatican. If there is a blackout in Vatican, the highest stop is Saint Peter Basil. So the Pope can see foundation. So the poet will see the foundation for the windmill, and he asks what is going on, and then he's told that we have discussions about the windmill's construction. So I am talking about certain deadlines. Yeah, Oksana Stanevich-Volosinyuk explained in her presentation which places can be selected for windmills construction. So we are a mundane state, not a religious state, but for us the sacred idea is the rule of law. So we cannot construct the foundation on the rule of law. And Viola, for instance, mentioned, like, how were you able even to start construction and say that you are confident that you receive a positive assessment? So you see how surprised our European colleagues were. And when we look at the report of the European Commission, we will see that they have certain concerns about protection of environment, Mazepa law, and all the developments now. Olena Mudra now reported attacks against activists protecting the Zakarpattia mountains. Yaroslav Patskan is present here today. He helped us to protect the Bilichanski forest because we also had threats for activists. I'm from Irpin region, and we have representatives of local authorities. I was a local councillor myself in Kotyubinsky. Kotyubinsky is an enclave to Kiev, and Bilichanski forest surrounds Kotyubinsky, and it ends with the river, so that's a natural boundary. So I understand you willing to construct it in your territories, but when the full-scale invasion began in Kiev region, our forest became a shield to Kiev, to the city with millions of population. So, and if we continue like this, we can have gaps in our protection. I'm very grateful to prosecution office for their position. Miroslav Vaskan started as a prosecutor in court, as an activist in court, and then prosecutors stepped in for 20 years when we've been fighting for our forest. So we used to have prosecutorial oversight during certain period of time, and now local communities have the powers and resources for oversight, but they did not receive real powers for oversight. I remember the times when the prosecutor could come and be on our side, saying that they are against certain decisions. So we found our support in prosecutors. So you took away the prosecution office from us, but you did not give us anything instead. And I would like to ask local self-government representatives to remember that we have public interest and we have national interest. We were talking about European integration and grants, but European integration, first of all, is security. So we have to be members of the European family in order to ensure that security, because we cannot construct 30 windmills in Polonina Runa and say that they are more important than our European integration and then protection of activists. So it's more difficult to fight here compared to Kiev region, for instance, because in Kiev region, I can call a prosecutor, I can call police, I can call MPs in Kiev region. We were in the mountains twice without a car, without a vehicle, and then they asked me, why didn't you call? And you were yesterday there, you saw that there was no coverage, so we were stopped by police, and then the vehicle driver escaped. So Ms. Ovchinnikova helped us, and we were able to get to the top. And she organized vehicles for us, and so we are very well aware who is behind the pressure on journalists. So I'll finish here. Thank you. Thank you, Irina. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your activities and supporting our committee. Let's move on. The floor is now for the final speaker from civil society, Andriy, expert from Association of Ukrainian Environmental Protection Group. Good afternoon, and I was preparing to talk about different things today. I was going to talk about protection of biodiversity, Red Book, and so on. But a lot has been said today about these topics, but I would like to draw your attention to several points. First of all, preservation of biodiversity is a fundamental problem for all countries worldwide, because preservation of biodiversity is a precondition for further existence of the entire humanity. So that's the priority. And it happened that a lot of problems that we are facing today, that we have to solve today, cannot be solved. We do not have a will, we do not have desire, we do not have capacity to solve them, and Ukraine is not an exception here. We've accumulated a lot of critically harmful and critically dangerous problems after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and academicians and researchers said that there is a need to recover steppe areas, to recover forests, to preserve rivers. Do we have a solution? No, we have not solved any of these issues, and we are now facing a lot of big problems, and we kind of know what the solution would be, but so far none of them have been solved. And we were talking about reforestation, natural forests. We are losing natural forests, natural biodiversity that cannot be restored, cannot be recovered. We cannot cut trees and then plant trees, but biodiversity will be lost forever. We will never recover it. Talking about Polonina, these highland meadows, which are valuable, their share is approximately 1% of the entire territory of the countries. Representatives of wind farms told us yesterday not to worry, and they said that we will destroy only 1% of the Polonina. So, yeah, thank you very much, but you will leave us with 0.099%. After signing the EU-Ukraine accession agreement, an objective was identified to preserve natural resources of the country. At that time, we had 6% of them, and the objective for us was to achieve the level of 15%. What's the result? We have 7%. So our progress is 1% over the entire period. Of course, we have now challenges related to preservation of biodiversity, and that challenge requires us to increase that percentage. European countries are talking now about 30% of protected natural areas. Is Ukraine ever able to achieve this level, given 73% of arable land's territory? So we are already failing to achieve that environmental balance objective, and we continue to destroy our natural territories. You said you will take away only 1%. Well, tomorrow, forests of Ukraine will come and take another 1% because they refuse to grant the status to respective territory. Ukraine is a part of the Convention on Preservation of Biodiversity, and that obligation is to preserve also the territories that are valuable but do not have the status of protected areas. Those poloninas that we discussed today, those systems, natural systems, according to researchers, they are habitats of 16 of various groups. Representatives of wind parks company yesterday boasted that they prepared a wonderful report, wonderful. And then I looked at their report and they found only 4 groups out of 16. So wonderful report. And then I started looking into the Red Book lists and I saw a very weird thing there because yesterday you were walking across the meadows, taking pictures, and I was walking around and I found some species of a plant, of the plant included into the Red Book. Yesterday, I was able to find those plants, 7th of November. So I was reading the report again that the company is so proud about. So I opened that report again, respective section. You can find that report, and on page 1508 you can find a list of plants they found on Polonena. So I found that plant in the territory which we all visited yesterday, and I was trying to find it in the report and I was not able to, and I was surprised. I started to look deeper. I'm finishing, yeah. That plant that I found yesterday, they mentioned it in 2 points. They found 20 pieces of that plant, and the authors of the report even calculated the damage inflicted by destruction of that plant. So that's like 2,000 they were ready to pay for destruction of this plant. And then I found the international database on preservation of biodiversity, and I found that plant in the database. And the same person, the author of the assessment report that provided information for the international database. So they mentioned 2 points of that plant that were found in the territory, but there were 20 points, 20 locations included into the international database. So someone made corrections to the report. So were those corrections made by the author, or did someone ask the author to correct the report? So then the question is whether there are 4 groups that they identified. So there are a lot of questions to be asked about the contents of the report. So the package was very beautiful, but when you unpack it, I'm not a botanic expert. I'm an ecologist, but I found a lot of discrepancies in the report, so a lot of questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Andrei. A lot of questions. We'll deal with them, and also we'll take in consideration your concerns. So I want that the state agency, state authority, which should perform the duties, state ecology inspection, I would like this agency to have institutional capability, to answer all these questions. And there should be just professionals among their members to check the species of plants, and I hope it will be in the future. Well, dear colleagues, we finalized the coverage of these topics, and also I would like just to give the floor to our guests. So you raised your arm only now. You raised your arm only now. If you had, so we would have reacted earlier. So but, well, you have 2 minutes as only to provide your comment. I'm representative of National Ecological Center of Ukraine. Our ecological center stands for the protection of primeval forests in Carpathian Mountains. This year, we monitored 50,000 cases in Ukraine when the trees or primeval trees were damaged. So on behalf of all the public who are present here, so for us situation is very interesting when at first this environmental impact assessment is rescinded, and then we are waiting for the results of this assessment. It's very interesting situation. If we do not protect the nature, we will die. Thank you very much. Natalia, just one minute for you, Natalia. I would like just to pay attention to the following. If you see from all our speeches, the biggest problem is manipulation and opposition between energy dependency and environmental protection. In fact, we are not against development of alternative sources of energy. We would like to, and we are stressing on that during public hearings, that please, we are ready to support you, but it doesn't go without any saying. So when we speak about different strategic assessment, when we speak about urban planning documentation, because the contractor refuses to consider alternative locations. In February 2024, during public hearing, all participants, well, representatives of different villages of Turia Remeta community, there were also ecologists, local citizens. We were appealing to the management of the Turia Remeta Village Council to take into consideration other alternatives for this project. We were not listened to. So in fact, it was very aggressive behavior towards us. So basically, my microphone was taken from me. For me not to be able just to voice our concerns, to voice our recommendations on other locations, on other recommendations. So therefore, I would like you, so public, we are not, all the public, the civil society, not against development of alternative source of energy. But for the general public, so we are worried about protection of valuable lands or valuable territories. Thank you. Thank you for your position, Natalia. I would like to give the floor to head of EUAM office in Lviv, Hannelore Volier.
Yes, I would like to thank the members of parliament in particular and everybody who participated in these 2 days of testimony of lived and real democracy. It's important that things are discussed and listened to, and it's from an outsider point of view great to watch. Now, just one little remark and one thought I had the whole day yesterday. In the last days, in the German media appeared worries about the Amazonas. There is a road built and more forest destroyed, more wood cut, and this is the lung of the planet, often called, right? But what about the Carpathian Mountains, the forests here, they are much closer to us. And the whole time yesterday I thought, this is a Ukrainian natural heritage, but it's also a European natural heritage. It belongs to you foremost, of course, it's within the boundaries of your countries, but the air, the natural beauty belongs to all of us. So I, as a European citizen, I hope that, and I'm sure it is possible, to reconcile environmental protection, and we have heard how important and why it's important, energy generation, development, and legality. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
And because we are democratic committees, after the full cycle of discussions, please, you have 1 minute to add. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes I cannot receive answers for my requests, so today I have the only opportunity to address representatives of state ecological inspection, what education they have, why it is important. It is important because today there are some definitions that are replaced here. I know that the head of ecological inspection used to work in the inspection for urban planning. Perhaps this rotation of civil servants is artificial. I understand that we have a problem with professionals, so perhaps we need a professional competition that our civil servants are professional enough to perform their functions. So please, what is your education? My education, I have 4 higher educations. So it's civil, industrial, construction, law, and public management. That's my education. Thank you. Thank you for clear question, for a definite clear answer. One more minute. Thank you very much. So today's our discussion, we listen to the public a lot, and the only way just to present the position of the company was a short presentation of the head of the windmill of Ukraine company. So just to summarize, all state agency claim that all documents are in order. When we speak about environmental impact assessment, about other alternatives, so I would like just to mention that all this project was done in accordance with the criteria of environmental assessment. So now just about that, my colleague found some rare species on Polonina rura. A question to my colleague: are you sure that you have found this plant? Maybe it's the other. And about discrepancies in the report. Perhaps this plant was growing in some other area. And one more point, that state agencies say that they will conduct this assessment, but also they themselves postponed that assessment, suspended this assessment. It's not fair. So I would like to say that our public hearings were lasting for 23 days, but according to the normative acts, they should last 25 days. So there are some also manipulations with some information about public hearings. So I agree with Mrs. Mudra that there are some manipulations in some cases. Thank you. Dear colleagues, first of all, I don't want to transform our session in the public hearing. So after receiving the court verdict and after receiving this environmental impact assessment, so I think you'll be able just to discuss more with the public. So thank you for your comments. Dear colleagues, we have finished our meeting, so the final word. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So it's our first joint meeting today. So dear colleagues, participants, member of parliament from our committees, they are able just to, we are offering also some the draft resolution. Its draft resolution is about to take into consideration all this information and to draw attention of state authorities and local authorities to adhere to the norms of Ukrainian legislation in the area of the nature protection area, in the construction area. So this draft resolution we are proposing to take as a basic decision, so basically we shall work more with the documents later. With the documents also we received a lot of we have a lot of requests, and we have received a lot of answers on our requests from different ministries, and judging on this worked information, in few weeks we'll be able just to prepare a draft resolution which we'll be voting for. So that's just our common practice. So I think we shall use this practice in our case. So thank you very much for all who contributed to our discussion. I think that despite some tension, emotions, and problematic of our discussion, this discussion is needed, especially when we are going just to build a rule of law country, and after such not very easy discussions, I think we'll be able just to come to some conclusion, and it will enable us to use more quickly as far as needs of citizens are concerned, needs of the state are concerned, and also our participations in the EU in view. So I'm just appealing to the members of my deputies of my committee of Ukraine's integration into EU. Thank you very much for your discussion. So I'm appealing to all participants of different committees, because for you to understand, each committee has independent voting, and I think that next week we shall be voting for different decisions. So I'm just appealing to deputies from my committee who please vote for the draft resolution of this joint meeting. Please vote. For shorthand procedure, we must need microphone. I'm for. So unanimous decision from the members of my committee. So we shall also wait for the decisions of other committees to vote for that, in order to have a joint draft resolution. Thank you very much for your work. I must say that I'd like just to inform that it's not the final part of our meeting. So I would like just to invite you to the restaurant. It's 8-10 minutes walk. So lunch is there, lunch is served. So thank you very much for EUAM for financing our lunch. So it's Naberezhna Street 9. It's very close. The sun is out, no raining. So I invite everybody to have a joint lunch. Thank you very much.
Є пропозиція, можливо, зразу провести конференцію, бо часу. Тоді, будь ласка, хто хоче брати...
Шановні представники засобів масової інформації, прохання заходити до зали. За кілька хвилин ми розпочинаємо прес-конференцію за результатами виїзного засідання двох комітетів. Тому прошу не йти далеко. Шановних учасників прес-конференції, прошу також повертатися до президії.
120, Андрій, дайте мій номер телефону. Ми там маємо, може, туди пересядемо до мікрофону, так? Скільки ви будете? 25. Як скажете?
Все відкрито.
Звичайно. Звичайно. Ні, ми ж
Потрібно, напишіть письмовий запит.
Ні, не пода. Давайте, вибачте потім. Вибачте, будь ласка. Я перепрошую, так? Так, вибачте, тому. Колеги, ми можемо почати?
Шановні представники ЗМІ, ми будемо розпочинати наш прес-брифінг. У прес-брифінгу беруть голови двох комітетів Верховної Ради, члени яких сьогодні брали участь у спільному виїзному засіданні. Я думаю, ми можемо розпочинати і розпочнемо із коротких вітальних слів голів комітетів. Прошу, будь ласка, пані Іванно, пане Володимире, пане Олеже.
Колеги, у нас є. Я просто не розуміла, чи потрібно користуватися цим мікрофоном чи ні. Колеги, ми дійсно завершили дводенне виїзне спільне засідання двох комітетів і дуже вдячні за можливість проведення цих комітетів нашим європейським партнерам, консультативній місії Європейського Союзу, за їхню долученість, за їхню зацікавленість, також представники місії Європейського Союзу в Києві також брали участь онлайн і уважно документували і слухали ось цю складну, жорстку і гарячу дискусію. Для нас ціллю, нашою спільною метою є пошук і знаходження балансу між енергетичними нагальними потребами України, між нашими міжнародними правовими зобов'язаннями, між розвитком і індустріалізацією краю, безпосередньо Закарпаття, і захистом довкілля і особливих природоохоронних зон тут на Закарпатті, як можливість забезпечення якраз правової, чіткої процедури, в який спосіб ми будемо рухатися далі, в тому числі і в будівництві вітроенергетики на Закарпатті і в інших частинах України. Ну і, власне кажучи, будемо робити це у відповідності до головного принципу верховенства права, який є ключовим для будь-якої держави, яка претендує на членство в Європейському Союзі. Ви знаєте, що амбітні цілі для України є на сьогодні стосовно членства в Європейському Союзі. Ви знаєте, що маємо зараз політичну волю і таке вікно можливостей щодо швидкого руху України. Ну і відповідно це означає, що не тільки наші європейські партнери мають на це реагувати, а й ми як українці, як місцева влада, громади, громадськість, бізнеси, державні органи влади, ну і відповідно парламентарі, ми так само маємо забезпечити цей процес у спільній взаємодії. Ніде, в жодній країні Європейського Союзу дискусія стосовно встановлення вітряків не проходить легко. І ніде немає, ну скажімо, такої гладкої дороги. Просто наші колеги знаходяться вже там на десятки років попереду нас і роблять висновки, і підводять певні риски, і виносять уроки з неправильних своїх дій. От нам би важливо в своїх діях максимально врахувати той досвід і діяти відповідно для енергетичної незалежності, екологічної незалежності і для, в принципі, незалежності як такої України, як суверенної, демократичної, європейської правової держави.
Шановні колеги, дякую ще раз особисто Івані Орестівні. Дякую Комітету з питань євроінтеграційної політики за залучення нашого Комітету з питань екологічної політики та природокористування до цього виїзного засідання, яке було підготовлено і проведено за підтримки наших європейських партнерів. Дійсно, і тематика засідання, і саме засідання проходило доволі складно через дискусійність цієї тематики. Безумовно, і наш комітет, і Комітет з питань євроінтеграційної діяльності стоїть на охороні захисту довкілля, і це засідання це підтвердило. З іншого боку, ми розуміємо, що енергетична незалежність нашої країни і необхідність відмови від викопного палива заради зменшення впливу на довкілля – це є одним з наших зобов'язань, в тому рахунку євроінтеграційних зобов'язань. З іншого боку, безумовно, верховенство права, необхідність виконувати вже існуюче законодавство, причому виконувати не тільки з боку суб'єктів господарювання, а й з боку державних органів влади, з боку громад, з боку місцевого самоврядування. Це ті завдання, які стоять перед нашою державою, і ми в рамках парламентського контролю, безумовно, будемо домагатися виконання таких цілей. І ті рекомендації, які ми створимо внаслідок цього засідання, вони, безумовно, стануть підставою для можливих змін в законодавстві, якщо дійсно ми внаслідок розгляду цих рекомендацій, ми зрозуміємо, що певні недопрацювання або прогалини в законодавстві існують, які дійсно не дозволяють з одного боку розвивати відновлювану енергетику, з іншого боку виконувати повноцінно європейські зобов'язання, в тому рахунку і зобов'язання в частині здійснення природоохоронних заходів щодо збереження біорізноманіття, збереження природоохоронних територій, які мають статус або можуть набути внаслідок їх ознак статусу природоохоронних територій, і, відповідно, діяльності з цими територіями і тих органів, і суб'єктів, які будуть здійснювати цю діяльність. Безумовно, внаслідок цього заходу для нас в черговий раз стало зрозуміло, що питання врегулювання території смарагдової мережі є вкрай актуальним для нашої країни. І це питання покладається не тільки в тому, щоб закласти законодавче визначення території смарагдової мережі, але й встановити статус цих територій так, щоб вони за певних обставин через оцінку впливу діяльності на території смарагдової мережі, через встановлення планів діяльності території смарагдової мережі не були територіями абсолютного заповідання. Вони, власне, не є територіями абсолютного заповідання, вони є природоохоронними територіями. Але цей статус має бути закріплений в законодавстві, і я думаю, що внаслідок цього засідання ми пропрацюємо і це питання також. Дякую вам.
Дякуємо вам. Шановні представники ЗМІ, чи маєте ви запитання до учасників прес-конференції? Прошу представлятись, піднімати руку, прошу.
Про законодавчі ініціативи, які можливі законодавчі ініціативи, оскільки під час дискусії тут лунало питання про спрощення дозвільного законодавства під час війни. Чи може бути розглянуто це питання? І з приводу оцього закону про Смарагдову долину, це питання до пані Івани і до вас, пане Олеже, про Смарагдову мережу. Є закон, наскільки я розуміла, він що не діє? Чому сьогодні стоїть знову на порядку денному це питання про території, для яких потрібно визначити статус, які належать до цієї Смарагдової мережі?
Стосовно спрощення регуляторних позицій, спрощення оцінки впливу на довкілля, можу сказати, бачення нашого комітету, Комітету з питань екологічної політики природокористування, ми не вважаємо доцільними спрощення процедур в цій сфері. Ми вважаємо, що процедури в сфері захисту довкілля, процедури в сфері оцінки впливу на довкілля, стратегічної екологічної оцінки є зваженими і достатньо спрощеними навіть порівняно з діяльністю, такою самодіяльністю і такими самообмеженнями в європейських країнах. Там, де в європейській країні оцінка впливу на довкілля проводиться за 1,5-2 роки, у нас вона може бути проведена за 6 місяців. Звісно, за умови якісної підготовки матеріалів, якісної підготовки звіту про оцінку довкілля, врахування інтересів громадськості і злагодженої роботи відповідно до законодавства. Тим не менш, ми готові, якщо до нас надійдуть такі пропозиції з боку Міністерства економіки, довкілля та сільського господарства, ми готові їх розглядати, але в будь-якому випадку ми маємо пам'ятати, розуміти, що відповідно до звітів нашої держави, звітів Європейського Союзу, аналізу Європейського Союзу нашої відповідності до природоохоронного законодавства Європейського Союзу, нам було зроблено зауваження щодо недопустимості подальших відступів в частині ОВД, оцінки впливу на довкілля та стратегічної екологічної оцінки. І ми маємо дотримуватися таких зобов'язань. Стосовно території смарагдової мережі, так, цей законопроект ще з 2021 року знаходиться на розгляді з Верховної Ради. В першому читанні він був підтриманий, тобто він був направлений на доопрацювання. Він був частково доопрацьований, але станом на зараз він з одного боку не враховує особливості військового стану, воєнного стану і потребує подальшого доопрацювання. З іншого боку, Міністерство захисту довкілля ще в тій ітерації, коли воно було самостійним міністерством, взяло на себе зобов'язання разом з громадськістю доопрацювати норми цього закону і надати нам відповідні пропозиції для вкладення їх до тексту законопроекту. Ми чекаємо такі пропозиції і готові далі їх розглядати. Сподіваємося на підтримку інших комітетів.
Дякую. Насправді ми з вами під час нашого засідання ви почули також позицію віце-прем'єра з питань європейської і євроатлантичної інтеграції. Сподіваємося, що одним з рішень, уже повноцінних рішень наших спільних комітетів буде якраз звернення до Кабміну і, зокрема, до профільного віце-прем'єра щодо нагального опрацювання остаточного тексту по законопроекту по смарагдовій мережі з боку і позиції уряду з цього боку. Бо на сьогодні дійсно в Раді Європи, яка відповідає за якраз Бернську конвенцію, яка якраз відповідає за визначення територій Натури 2000 і смарагдової мережі. Є велика кількість наших територій, які заявлені як такі, що претендують на визнання смарагдовою мережою. Вони є позначені на цій загальній карті Ради Європи. Але нам потрібно дійсно пройти ще шлях, щоб в українському законодавстві це визначити остаточно. І тут роль уряду є критичною. Це одне. Друге. Я думаю, одним з важливих взагалі елементів того, що ми сьогодні почули на цьому нашому вчора почули на нашому спільному засіданні, це те, що попри успіх децентралізації, ми маємо велику кількість тих викликів, з якими стикаються громади. І держава деякі з них кидає на призволяще. Наприклад, так як ми чуємо, ті громади, які мають велику кількість лісів на своїх територіях, вони в результаті на сьогодні лишилися без коштів, яких би вони могли отримувати і раніше отримували від тих лісів, які знаходилися на території їхніх громад після чергової, і тут я собі дозволю таку політичну ремарку, після оцієї псевдореформи з лісами України, яка насправді не дала позитивного результату на сьогодні і вже потребує серйозного перегляду. І ми бачимо, що це вдарило так само по інтересам громад. І ми бачимо, що є критичні речі, які громада може вирішувати нібито самостійно, має повноваження для вирішення самостійно, але одночасно без загального стратегічного бачення держави, а що саме як це накладається на мапу інтересів держави і критичних важливих речей з точки зору держави, громада мала також бути до певної міри обмеженою, наприклад, тоді у своїх рішеннях, але мала би отримати компенсаторний механізм, як вона може заробляти, якщо такі накладає обмеження держава, чи через природно-заповідні території, чи через, наприклад, вилучення тих лісів в державну власність де-факто з комунальної власності громади. І це величезний комплекс питань, який ми маємо опрацювати і проговорити. І тому ми розуміємо, наскільки громади зацікавлені, незалежно від того, чи на їхній території є природоохоронні там зони, немає, вони готові рухатися заради того, щоб мати кошти розвитку. Ми абсолютно розуміємо позицію громад. А тут є, скажімо, пропозиція, яка виглядає дуже-дуже привабливою для громад. Це теж зрозуміло. Знову ж таки, хочу наголосити, я думаю, що це було зрозуміло з цього нашого спільного засідання. Ми точно, ніхто з нас не є проти вітрогенерації. Ми всі, мені здається, максимальні якраз прихильники відновлювальних джерел енергії. І з точки зору наших євроінтеграційних зобов'язань, і з точки зору необхідності оцієї децентралізованої генерації, і з точки зору викликів енергетичних і так далі. І ми переконані, я особисто переконана, що ця карпатська земля, вона має десятки кілометрів чи сотні кілометрів, квадратних кілометрів можливостей, де можна і правильно, і буде розмістити вітрогенераційні потужності, які будуть і цікаві громадам, і будуть допомагати нам забезпечити енергетичну безпеку України, і будуть далі нам не порушувати екологічне законодавство. Це можливо. Головне – чути один одного. Тому ми не проти вітру, але ми проти спрощеного підходу. Це не означає, що проти повністю спрощених процедур, але я тут повністю згодна з паном Олегом. Екологічна царина буде одною з найскладніших для нас, для виконання наших міжнародно-правових зобов'язань і для вступу в Європейський Союз. Це означає, що нам потрібна така політика держави, ґрунтовна, глибока, з розрахунками, з баченням, з врахуванням різних елементів, яку би могло провадити відповідне міністерство. Я ще раз не втомлюся повторювати. Об'єднання Міністерства економіки, довкілля і сільського господарства в одне міністерство – це злочин проти євроінтеграції України. Я переконана, що вже наступного року ми побачимо знову роз'єднання цих міністерств. Нам потрібні міністри екології, нам потрібен міністр сільського господарства, нам потрібен міністр економіки. І я вважаю, що це зацікавлення держави. Ну і ще одне. Ми за стратегічний підхід. І тому будь-яке будівництво в громаді, очевидно, має відповідати інтересам громади, але точно так само має відповідати інтересам держави. Ми маємо унітарну, єдину державу України, яка має вижити в цій брутальній війні, очевидно, насамперед, але так само має мати шанс на майбутнє. І нам треба зрозуміти, насправді, от ми говорили сьогодні про схему планування, на жаль, керівництва обласної адміністрації тут не було, але мені би хотілося зрозуміти, а який мікс економіки бачить для себе область? А який мікс економіки, яка роль туризму, яка роль потенційних послуг довкола туризму? Чи можливо це повністю індустріалізація Закарпаття? Це теж відповідь на питання. Можливо, саме таке бачення. Але ми не побачили цього підходу області і, таку, якщо хочете, попри присутність там керівників департаментів, ми не побачили якоїсь політичної позиції з боку області стосовно того, а як саме буде розвиватися область. Це спільне завдання напрацювати ці речі. І тому в якихось речах може десь йтися про нагальне і спрощене надання якихось дозволів, але на тих територіях, які точно не потребують нашого, те, що казала наша колегиня з Європейського Союзу, нашого спільного поважного ставлення, не тільки як мешканців окремої громади, мешканців Закарпаття чи мешканців України, а власне як мешканців Європи і європейців.
Дякуємо. Ми знаємо, пані голово, що ви маєте обмежений час. Чи можете ви ще бути, чи маєте вже йти? Тоді ми прощаємося з вами. Дякуємо за участь у прес-конференції. Представники ЗМІ, чи маєте ви іще якісь запитання?
Добрий день. Я так розумію. Ну, я не знаю, напевно, до пана Олега. Тетяна Кашуба, інтернет-видання «Варош». Пане Олеже, я попрошу вас, будь ласка, буквально зійшлося про проєкт рішення, який, я так розумію, що Євроінтеграційний комітет вже проголосував за підсумками цього засідання, екологічний буде голосувати. Чи можете сказати буквально одну-дві ключових тези цього рішення, щоб розуміти підсумки цього засідання конкретні, практичні на цьому етапі? І так само згадувало, що це перше, можливо, із... А за основу, так. Ага. Ну, що ми маємо на цьому етапі? Тобто, про що можна говорити зараз? І чи передбачаються, можливо, надалі такі подібні засідання в такому форматі? Дякую.
Дякую за запитання. Хотілося б ще раз наголосити на тому, що всі комітети Верховної Ради України, так само всі народні депутати Верховної Ради України, вони працюють відповідно до того законодавства, яке було прийнято доволі давно і яке ми маємо виконувати. Тобто ті повноваження, які є у комітетів, вони чітко кладуться в систему. Законотворча функція, парламентський контроль і консультативна функція в певних питаннях. В рамках парламентського контролю і проводилися зазначені 2 засідання. І в рамках парламентського контролю ми заслуховували представників державної влади, представників забудовника бізнесу, представників громадськості, представників прокуратури, правоохоронних органів або інших контрольних органів. Відповідно, та інформація, яка була нам надана, ми, по-перше, ми взяли її до відома для використання в подальших розробках законодавства. По-друге, ми звернули увагу державної влади, органів місцевого самоврядування стосовно необхідності дотримання вже існуючих вимог чинного законодавства в сфері будівництва, проведення стратегічної екологічної оцінки впливу на довкілля при плануванні, погодженні та реалізації проєктів будівництва вітрових електростанцій на важливість врахування принципів законності, гласності, прозорості і доступу громадськості до обговорення рішень і до доступу громадськості до інформації з метою запобігання, всебічного запобігання екологічної шкоди і з метою довгострокового прогнозування. Ми вирішили рекомендувати Міністерству економіки, довкілля і сільського господарства спільно з Міністерством енергетики, Міністерством розвитку громад Закарпатської обласної державної адміністрації, представниками відповідних громад провести аналіз стану реалізації діючих та запланованих проєктів в сфері вітроенергетики в Закарпатській області на предмет їх відповідності екологічним вимогам чинного законодавства. І ми прийняли рішення невдовзі провести або самостійні засідання, тому що форма проведення 2 або більше засідань 2 або більше комітетів, вона доволі складна форма, вона потребує з великої кількості народних депутатів, узгодженості їх дій, узгодженості голосування, то, скоріш за все, це будуть окремі засідання наших комітетів, які впевнений або реалізують спільну думку стосовно напрацювання рекомендацій уряду і іншим державним установам і органам місцевого самоврядування в частині захисту довкілля і виконання євроінтеграційних вимог. Або це будуть 2 думки, але я впевнений, що вони будуть йти в розрізі цього засідання і тих висновків, які ми зробили.
Дякуємо, пане Олеже. Чи є ще запитання від ЗМІ? Прошу.
хотіла дізнатися, який наступний етап, ви вже про нього частково говорили. І саме я знаю, що ви перебували на будівництві ВЕС на території Закарпаття. І що ви там побачили, які саме проблеми побачили, і чи взагалі є щось позитивне?
Скажу відверто, складно щось побачити на будівництві, яке не відбувається. Те, що ми побачили, це закладений фундамент на одному з гірських хребтів, біля якого немає техніки. Тобто, я розумію, наскільки я розумію, всі необхідні роботи вже були проведені, і, знову ж таки, наскільки я розумію, забудовник чекає визначення долі подальшого процесу апеляційною інстанцією, визначення можливості довести до кінця оцінку впливу на довкілля, отримати, сподіваюсь, все ж таки законний висновок стосовно оцінки впливу на довкілля, чи він буде позитивний, чи він буде висновком негативним або висновком з значними обмеженнями, враховуючи те, що ми не є тією інстанцією, яка розглядає цей висновок, цією інстанцією може бути виключно уповноважений орган, в даному випадку це Міністерство економіки, довкілля та сільського господарства, але в будь-якому випадку подальша діяльність стосовно продовження будівництва в цьому місці або інших місцях має відбуватися виключно за умови отримання такого висновку на оцінку впливу довкілля. Станом зараз такого висновку немає. Безумовно, коли враховуючи те, що і ця діяльність, і цей висновок, і ця оцінка викликала бурхливий резонанс з боку громадськості, тому будемо продовжувати слідкувати за наданням такого висновку.
Дякуємо. Маємо ще запитання? Якщо запитань немає, дякуємо пану Олегу за участь і представникам ЗМІ за увагу до нашого заходу. Прес-конференцію закінчено.
Дякуємо вам.